Chapter 392 Astonies.h.I plus ng Unique Technique. Chapter 392 Astonies H.I plus ng Unique Technique Reward. This made the elder and the other 4 competing young alchemists hold him in contempt because they believed that Chen Xiang didn't have any chance of winning. Yet he dare ask what was the reward. Although the king's mainland had been closed to the outside world, a lot of powerful experts did come here once in a while, and many martial artists of king's mainland would also traverse other mainlands, so they were well aware of some of the situations of the other mainlands, in particular alchemy-wise. For instance, the situation of the building foundation Dan, elemental spirit Dan, and the 5 elements true elemental Dan was just like that in the king's mainland. They were very rare, and the same went for the herbs of other unconventional dawn. But they had a lot of herbs of unconventional dawn, which was why they had intentionally created such rules in order to defeat Chen Xiang in this compet. 1. Tian. At the beginning, they wanted Chen Xiang to partake. 1. P. 8 in the martial arts compet. 1. Tian, and then ruthlessly defeat Chen Xiang, this top youngest expert of Chengmu mainland. However, they had never imagined that instead of Chen Xiang partake 1. P. aiding it would be just his apprentice Xiao Chou. Although Xiao Chou was sent back with heavy injuries, the king's mainland felt it was still insufficient because their target was Chen Xiang. And Xiao Chou, whom they had defeated, was just someone who was under Chen Xiang. That's all. They felt no sense of superiority in defeating Xiao Chou. None at all. Thus, this alchemy compet. 1. Tian was customized just for Chen Xiang. This compet. 1. Tian has only one winner. The prize is a white jade lotus seed. The elder said, "Oh." Chen Xiang lightly responded. Much to the elder's dismay, Chen Xiang had an indifferent look. Moreover, his eyes were filled with disappointment as though the white jade lotus seed was nothing but cabbage. After all, the white jade lotus seed could already be considered very good. It was the main ingredient for the high-grade earth-level Dan, the resurrection Dan, and some heaven-level Dan also required the white jade lotus seed. I want to know, why did the reward make you so disappointed? Taking a breath, the elder asked. The elder could not tolerate anyone to be the slightest bit disappointed by the king's mainland. When he noticed that kind of look on Chen Xiang's face, he felt very unhappy in his heart. Chen Xiang smiled and said, "It's not that I was disappointed. It's just that sometime in the past I had won a couple of white jade lotus seed in a bet with the son of the Lotus Island's lord." Upon hearing Chen Xiang's justification, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone turned their gazes towards Lian Yingxiao. Lian Yingxiao was a famous figure in the mortal world, particularly his wealth, for which he was famous for in many mainlands. It's true, and also many fire dragon blood lotus. Lian Yingxiao said, the Lotus Island was famous for the white jade lotus seed, and rumor had it that the white jade lotus seed of King's mainland belonged to Lian Yingxiao. And Chen Xiang had won a couple of white jade lotus seed in a bet, while the reward of the huge alchemy compet. 1. Tie-in held by King's mainland was just 1. In contrast, the reward of King's mainland was indeed a bit lacking. No wonder Chen Xiang was disappointed. Now everyone also felt that the white jade lotus seed as a reward was also nothing. How about I add a 5 elements profound Dan as well? The elder said. Chen Xiang was pleasantly surprised. In the past he had taken a 5 elements profound Dan. However, it was of low quality. Furthermore, because of being stored for too long, it had lost a lot of its potency. Therefore, what he was eating was a discarded 5 elements profound Dan. After all, 5 elements profound Dan for one was a high-grade earth-level Dan, but it only let him advance from first level to second level of the true martial realm. That's all. Later, when he understood the earth-level Dan, only then he came to know that the Dan he had eaten was just a waste Dan. And if a waste Dan was so good, what if it was a better one? Wouldn't it be even better? At present, he was in a lack of Dan. If he could get his hands on 5 elements profound Dan, maybe he could step into the extreme state in half a year. Can we begin now? The elder glanced at Chen Xiang with a disgusted look. Chun Xiang, though, that this elder definitely had some enmity with his master, or else why would he be so against him? Once the compet. 1. Time began. Everyone secretly cursed these alchemists of the king's mainland because just as they had thought, these alchemists came up with a lot of herbs for low-grade, profound-level, unconventional dawn. And if they refined many of them, their total value in the end would be the highest, thereby defeating Qin Xiang. What made them furious was that the herbs utilized by the alchemists of King's mainland had long been processed. After the elder gave the signal to start, the 4 alchemists immediately began refining dawn, while Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was processing the herbs. With one glance, everyone recognized that the herbs he was processing were for the 5 elements true elemental Dan. And what disappointed everyone was that Qin Xiang was not using his transparent alchemical furnace. Long have many taik. Oh, and S wanted to take a look at process of refining of a Dan inside the alchemical furnace, even those alchemists who were partic. 1. P. Aiding in the compet. 1. Tien could not help but peer a few glances at the herbs in Qin Xiang's hands. After all, it was the 5 elements true elemental Dan, which although they had seen, they never had the chance to refine because they were too rare, and even if they had the opportunity to refine, they were bound to fail. Qin Xiang knew the king's mainland wanted to show off. Now he too wanted to show off by using his transparent alchemical furnace to refine a set of 5 elements true elemental Dan. I wonder if I can refine a set of Dan without the alchemical furnace. I want to do a warm-up first. Qin Xiang asked the elder. Of course you can. The elder too wanted to see Qin Xiang's unique alchemy technique. He had lived for so long, but first time in his lifetime had he heard that one could refine the 5 elements true elemental Dan without an alchemical furnace. Those old referees' eyes opened wide one by one as they stared at Qin Xiang. They were the top alchemists of the king's mainland, yet they had never seen this kind of thing. Even for them, it would be very difficult. Long had they heard of this matter and had been wanting to look at it. Qin Xiang put the brilliant flame dragon furnace aside, whereupon he released his spiritual energy and congealed an invisible alchemical furnace. Qin Xiang, in order to be proficient, would use illusionary brilliant furnace to refine a few dawn once in a while, so this did not pose him any pressure at all. Having finished processing the herbs, Qin Xiang placed them inside the illusionary brilliant furnace before he infused the furnace with the flames. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the 3-level structure of the illusionary brilliant furnace. In the bottom level was the flame, in the center level were the herbs, and the top level was flooded with 5-colored and resplendent herbal spirit cheese. These herbs, after being burned by flames, radiated with even more dazzling 5-colored splendors, making the onlooker exclaim again and again. Now everyone got to see clearly how beautiful the herbal spirit cheese were as they were being released bit by bit when the herbs were being incinerated. It was like a radiance of 5 colors. When these herbal spirit chi gathered together, they turned extremely unstable as they collided with the walls of the top level of the furnace. These glistening 5-colored flashes of brilliance were particularly dazzling, whereas the unstable herbal spirit cheese seemingly wanted to destroy the transparent alchemical furnace. But they seemed to be suppressed by an invisible power. Everyone who laid their eyes upon this scene for the first time was completely dumbfounded. They could be considered as a taik. And who controlled and managed a region. They had lived for so many years and seen and experienced all kinds of things, but they still had been shocked by such a beautiful scene. To their surprise, the difficult processes of alchemy were surprisingly so beautiful on the inside. The 4 alchemists of the king's mainland too looked at Qin Xiang with surprise as he refined the 5 elements true elemental Dan. They were not enjoying the beautiful aura. On the contrary, they had been shocked by Qin Xiang's alchemy skills. They were all alchemists. They could see more as compared to others. Chapter 393. Dual Tasking. Chapter 393. Dual tasking. Qin Xiang was quite proficient in refining 5 elements true elemental Dan, and his speed Well, it was quite fast too, which amazed some of the alchemists that were present. From how Qin Xiang, out of thin air, was proficiently refining without an alchemical furnace, made it very clear that his basics were very solid. In this regard, the young alchemists of the king's mainland were not a match for Qin Xiang. However, the populace of the king's mainland who were among the audiences still believed that Qin Xiang had no chance to win, because the alchemy compet. 1. Tian was not about alchemy techniques, but rather who had the most resources. And it goes without saying that it was a fair contest through which they could defeat Qin Xiang. Following that, the radiance inside the transparent alchemical furnace slowly started shrinking as all the herbal spirit qi and herbal powder gathered at the topmost level of the furnace and quickly started rotating like a cyclone. Everyone held their breaths as they were about to see the solidification process of a dan. Suddenly, the large ma, S of transparent mist, was separated into 10 parts, making it clear that Qin Xiang was going to congeal 10 5-elements true elemental dan, which would be worth 10 million crystal stones if calculated in accordance with the reference price. And this was just from one set of herbs. That's all. Not even half an hour had Pa S said. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang had refined a set of 5 elements true elemental dan. However, his fellow partic, 1. P. Ants had refined 2 sets, but the total value of their dan was far from Qin Xiang's 5 elements true elemental dan. However, they were still convinced that Qin Xiang won't have too many 5 elements true elemental dan's herbs. Therefore, they were still very confident in their win, because in accordance with their understanding of 5 elements true elemental dan's herbs, they knew that it was quite difficult to grow these kinds of herbs. It was impossible to possess a lot of them. Usually, just one set would appear in the market. Having placed all 10 transparent dan in the jade box on the table in front, Hua Shangyue and the old referees took them out one by one to examine them. When they discovered that it was of superior quality, those old referees were amazed. Quality-wise, tie-wise and speed-wise, Qin Xiang had done everything perfectly. With such basics, he would certainly become an outstanding alchemist in the future. Now, the populace of King's mainland started to get worried, for they had schemed against Qin Xiang, which he would certainly remember, and that was detrimental to their future relations. H.I. plus P.S. After all, Qin Xiang's ident. 1. Tai was kind of unique because he was the apprentice of Huang Jintian and was the inheritor of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, and maybe he would be the next dean of extreme martial sect. And just like Huang Jintian, he might stand at the apex of entire mortal martial world. Of course, he was also a famous alchemist, which was more terrifying than Huang Jintian himself. Now, I am going to use the alchemical furnace. Qin Xiang smiled as he grabbed the brilliant flame dragon furnace from the side and placed it in front of him. Opening the lid of the alchemical furnace, Qin Xiang took out a jade box and carefully placed the herbs inside the alchemical furnace. Upon seeing those herbs, everyone let out a low and deep exclamation, because they were herbs for refining 5 elements true elemental dan. Moreover, all of them had been processed. When Qin Xiang saw the 4 alchemists of King's mainland directly utilizing the processed herbs, he also asked Su Meiyao to do the same. This way he could win more time, refine some 5 elements true element dan, and pound those guys to death. Long Shui said with a mischievous laughter. Whereupon, when the divine martial palace's elders of high position and status saw this, they could not help but frown. If Qin Xiang refined once again, then the total value would be 20 million crystal stones. Moreover, who could say that Qin Xiang didn't have more 5 elements true elemental dan's herbs? Maybe Qin Xiang could really win first place in the tournament. By then, it would be them who would lose their face. At this time, the hubbub among the audience suddenly stopped as everyone dumbfoundedly stared at Qin Xiang. Whereupon, they saw Qin Xiang's hand was placed on the alchemical furnace, which seemed to have been crafted from fiery red color gemstone, and his other hand once again took out a jade box. As he opened the jade box, to everyone's dismay, Another set of 5 elements, true elemental dans, herbs came into their view. What is he doing? Everyone's heart madly started pounding. They seemed to have guessed what Qin Xiang was planning on doing, but it was difficult to believe. Qin Xiang faintly smiled as he grabbed the processed 5 elements true elemental dans herbs inside the jade box and placed them inside the transparent alchemical furnace. To everyone's astonishment, he was going to simultaneously operate 2 furnaces. He is simply a madman. Lan Hai's cried in low voice, whereas the Taik, oh, and S of other mainlands too stared at Qin Xiang with wide-opened eyes. An alchemist refining a dan without using an alchemical furnace was already an eye-opener to them. Yet Qin Xiang simultaneously refining 2 sets of herbs, one with an alchemical furnace, while the other without. If this was truly the case, then Qin Xiang was equivalent to 2 alchemists refining a dan simultaneously. This was simply a heaven-defying method. Hua Xiangyue was the closest to Qin Xiang. She already knew that Qin Xiang was in possession of many herbs, but she had never imagined that she would still be shocked by Qin Xiang. He was actually operating 2 alchemical furnaces simultaneously. Dual tasking, although it was a great taboo in alchemy, if one mastered it, the efficiency would definitely be higher. The old referees were all peak-level figures in the alchemist circle, and there were also many high-level alchemists from the other mainlands present among the audience. At this moment, all of them had been scared by Qin Xiang's actions to the point that they had been rendered speechless. Many alchemists, even in their imagination, dared not operate 2 alchemical furnaces simultaneously. Yet Qin Xiang was doing it in front of their eyes. Looking at Qin Xiang's wide and thick shoulder, Lu Menger secretly felt proud. She was feeling proud for Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had always done things which would surprise others, so she had already been accustomed to his antics. Such a move from Qin Xiang had suddenly made the populace of King's mainland feel a great pressure. They had never imagined that Qin Xiang would actually have so many 5 elements true elemental dans herbs. Furthermore, he also seemed to be prepared. Much to their dismay, the herbs had been processed. Qin Xiang had over 100 sets of 5 elements true elemental dans herbs. If it was a contest of herbs, he was surely going to win. As for simultaneously operating 2 furnaces, Qin Xiang had long thought of this method, because whenever he refined with one furnace, he always felt it was easy and there was plenty of room to do other things, especially when using a high-level furnace like Brilliant Flame Dragon Furnace. If he could operate 2 furnaces simultaneously, not only would it be faster, he could also refine a lot of 5 elements true elemental dawn. In this way, he could win some time to step into the extreme state in half a year. Everything inside the Brilliant Flame Dragon Furnace was in order. He was already as proficient as he could be. Although he was pouring the flames with one hand, he had released quite a bit of flame. Furthermore, it was Heavenly Sun Fire, which was a top-grade flame for alchemy. The illusionary Brilliant Furnace had also been infused with flames by him. The flames began to roast the herbs, and when the herbs had been appropriately roasted by the herbs, those resplendent 5-colored glows once again appeared, covering the entire palace hall in a beautiful radiance. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang was also running a simulation of both alchemical furnaces in his mind. This for him was also a kind of exercise. It was a training method for him to get proficient in the refining simulation technique. If he could do this, his refining simulation technique would advance by a level. At his level, it could already be considered very difficult. If Qin Xiang had herbs for middle grade, profound level dan, he would definitely give it a try. However, before that, he had to ensure that his divine sense had reached a certain level. Otherwise, at that time, his divine sense would be insufficient to carry out refining simulation, and the consequences would be dire. After a short while, Qin Xiang opened the lid of the Brilliant Flame Dragon Furnace and took out 10 5 elements true elemental dan, Astonis. H.I. Plussing everyone once again, for he had actually successfully refined, which made everyone think that a long time had passed. Said, "Didn't he place the herbs not long ago?" Wu Kaming asked in surprise. Chapter 394, Small Victory. Chapter 394. Small victory. When Chen Xiang had refined 5 elements true elemental Dan without an alchemical furnace, it was already fast. But after he had used an alchemical furnace, it was faster. The flow of time inside and outside the brilliant flame dragon furnace was different. There were various time arrays engraved inside the furnace. Its refinement method was extremely abstruse. Some high-level dawn required tens of years, even hundreds of years to refine. Only someone who wanted to save time would think of crafting such alchemical furnace. However, such alchemical furnaces were extremely rare. Only through the collaboration of a top-level alchemist and a top-level refiner could such a furnace be crafted. However, according to Su Meiyao, one person alone could craft such furnace, but he had to be both an alchemist and a refiner as well. Many among the audience believed that if the 2 alchemical furnaces were operated simultaneously, the speed should be the same for both furnaces in order to have better control. However, contrary to their belief, Chen Xiang didn't. He was truly dual-tasking, as the situation inside both furnaces were completely different. At this moment, he took out another box of processed 5 elements true elemental Dan's herbs and placed them inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace before he poured in the flames and continued refining Dan. Now, anyone no longer doubted that Chen Xiang would win. Everyone surely believed that Chen Xiang would be the winner of this compet. 1 Tian. Whereas the Taik, and S of the other mainlands were secretly wild with joy because they noticed that the elder's complexion was not at all good. They wanted to flaunt the prowess of the king's mainland, and now they had been ruthlessly smacked down. This kind of mood can very well be imagined. At present, the high-level figures of the king's mainland's divine martial palace were regretting having invited Chen Xiang. If Chen Xiang won and this news was to spread, the king's mainland would definitely be ridiculed because the king's mainland had thoroughly done some preparations so that Chen Xiang would lose. Yet they still suffered a disastrous defeat. The time limit for the compet. 1. Tian was 3 hours, and now only 1 hour had passed, said while Chen Xiang had refined 10 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan, which was in total 100 Dan. It was already worth 100 million crystal stones in accordance with the reference price. Chen Xiang's refining speed became even faster by simultaneously refining 2 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan. After 1 hour, he became more proficient in this method, and his speed became faster. Chen Xiang was an alchemy madman who pursued the limit of alchemy speed and quant. 1. Tai of Dawn refined while making sure the quality of Dan remains intact. This kind of level made many high-level alchemists feel ashamed. Dean Gu, your young martial uncle, doesn't have a wife, right? I have a daughter. Her natural endowments are pretty good. An old man stood up and went next to Gu Dongqin before he asked in a low voice. Gu Dongqin laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. My martial uncle already has a wife. Furthermore, hey. Chen Xiang's wife was Xue Xianxian, and she too had a small reputation in the eastern seas. She was younger than Chen Xiang and had very good natural endowments. Furthermore, she was an apprentice of Lu Menger. So in the future, she may very well take over the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire." And of course, Gu Dongqin also knew that Chen Xiang was set with Lu Menger, and Lu Menger's other apprentice, Leng Yulan, was Chen Xiang's sworn sister. Therefore, he knew that Chen Xiang was not lacking women. Even Lu Menger, like peerless beauty, had been captured by him, and naturally it would be very difficult for Chen Xiang to fancy other rubbish. After another hour, Chen Xiang had refined 15 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan, whereas the 4 alchemists of King's mainland together would not have refined as much as him. Their total value, even more so, had been far left behind by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang secretly sneered. From the get-go, these people wanted him to suffer a cruise. Plussing defeat, but now the 4 alchemists of King's mainland could not even raise their heads. Whether it was the contest of resources or alchemy skills, they were far worse than Chen Xiang. Once the compet 1. Tian began, the King's mainland had already lost. At present, these alchemists of King's mainland, on one side, were shocked by Chen Xiang's talent, while on the other, they also hoped that the King's mainland could have such genius. And, of course, they felt that whether they win or lose, it did not matter because they had been thoroughly defeated, and they were utterly convinced. The frown, which was present of the elder's forehead at the beginning, had already disappeared, recovering his original appearance. Having witnessed Qin Xiang refine set after set of 5 elements true elemental Dan, his heart had already gone numb. Very soon, 3 hours had passed, said. Everyone didn't feel that a long time had passed, said because watching Qin Xiang refine dawn made them gratified, especially when he took out each 5 elements true elemental Dan one after another, even though it wasn't theirs. Watching the jade box, which had a couple hundred 5 elements true elemental Dan inside before her, Hua Xiangyue's charming and stunning face was filled with shock. Over these 3 hours, Qin Xiang had refined a total of 40 sets, where each set entailed 10 dawn, and he didn't fail even once, making a grand total of 405 elements true elemental dawn. Everyone among the audience saw so many 5 elements true elemental Dan for the first time. Although these dawn were transparent, an entire jade box was completely filled, which astounded everyone. Everyone was not only shocked by Chen Xiang's alchemy skills, they were also shocked by the resources he had in his hand. Everyone could not help but wonder, where did he get so many herbs? You win, this is your reward. The elder walked over and handed 2 jade boxes to Qin Xiang. One jade box carried the white jade lotus seed, while the other had 5 elements profound Dan. It was in high-grade earth-level Dan, which was several times precious than the 5 elements true elemental Dan. Even if Chen Xiang sold all the 5 elements true elemental Dan he had refined, he could not exchange them for 5 elements profound Dan. Qin Xiang took the reward with a smile. Once the compet 1 tie-in was over, the King's mainland candidly gave the reward without seeing any judgment again, which surprised Qin Xiang. Hua Xiangyue handed the jade box to Qin Xiang. Inside were the Chen Xiang's 5 elements true elemental dawn, which made many tyke. OONS envious. I wonder whether these things could allow me to enter the extreme state in half a year. To be honest, I really want the fruit of fortune. Qin Xiang smiled and said, as far as Qin Xiang was concerned, this alchemy compet 1 tie-in was just a small victory. Honestly, I too hope that you can partake. 1 8 in the martial arts compet 1 tie-in. At that time, my King's mainland will absolutely welcome you. The elder said. Chen Xiang had already won once, so they, of course, wanted a payback. However, Chen Xiang refused to partake. 1 8 in the martial arts compet 1 tie-in. Even if Qin Xiang entered the extreme state, King's mainland was still confident that they could make Qin Xiang suffer a cruise. Plussing defeat because that was martial arts compet 1 tie-in, not some alchemy compet 1 tie-in. Furthermore, the alchemy compet 1 tie-in was simply nothing. There were also too many factors at play. Having acquired the 5 elements profound Dan and refined so many 5 elements true elemental Dan, maybe Qin Xiang could truly enter the extreme state in half a year. At this moment, everyone was in antic. 1 Asian because the outstanding disciples of their mainland had suffered a thorough defeat and returned with serious injuries. The martial artists of the King's mainland who had the King's vein certainly made martial artists of many mainlands unable to raise their heads. Very soon, the news of Qin Xiang winning the alchemy compet 1 tie-in spread to entire extreme martial sect, many of whom, who had suffered defeat at the hands of kings, mainland felt a sliver of joy. At the very least, the King's mainland was truly not so formidable. There was still someone who could pressure them, albeit it was just in alchemy. Once Chen Xiang returned to the extreme martial sect, he immediately went into closed-door training to cultivate. Many also came to know that Chen Xiang wanted to impact the extreme state in half a year and partic. 1. P8 in the king's martial arts, meet to get the first place again. During this period, many people also went to the king's mainland to try their luck, but in face of absolute strength, even luck could not do anything. The people who went still returned with heavy injuries. None of the martial artists who went before to partic. 1. P8 in the king's martial arts meet entered in high rankings. Although they could hold on for some time, nonetheless, they were finally defeated by the king's vain martial artists of King's Mainland. Chapter 395 Huang Jintian's Program. Chapter 395 Huang Jintian's program. At this moment, when Qin Xiang was carrying out alchemy, he had entered a marvelous state. After he had entered this state, even for him, it was difficult to say what he was feeling. When he entered this state, he became even more proficient in alchemy, as though he had entered ASPAC, where there was only one thing inside, alchemy, and nothing from the outside world affected him. Between heaven and earth, there was only him and his alchemical furnace. This should be the selfless state, during which there is only alchemy in your mind. This is indeed very rare. Su Meiyao said in astonishment. During the compet. 1. Taiyan, when Chen Xiang was refining dawn to his limit, he refined 40 sets of herbs in a span of 3 hours by operating 2 alchemical furnaces at the same time. And now, as before, he was also simultaneously using 2 alchemical furnaces to refine dawn. However, his speed was a lot slower. During the alchemy compet. 1. Taiyan of the King's Mainland, he had refined a total of 40 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan, leaving him with 60 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan, which he finished in just 1 day, a total of 1,000 Dan, and he didn't fail, not even once. Furthermore, every time he refined a set of herb, he would enter the selfless state. Under this state, he only had unceasing alchemy in his mind, and the alchemical furnace seemed to be connected with his flesh and blood, making him even more proficient in controlling the situation inside the alchemical furnace. At this moment, all Qin Xiang wanted was to make the best use of his time and digest these 1,005 elements true elemental dawn. Of course, if he sold them, he would definitely make a fortune. He went to Old Madman. I wonder if he could enter the extreme state in half a year. Gu Dongqin said to Wu Keiming, who was standing beside him, I have to truly admire his endurance. He is actually able to bear the torture of that old madman. Wu Keiming said with emotions, he is a little madman, so naturally he won't be afraid of old madman. Gu Dongqin laughed while shaking his head. It had already been 2-3 times when Chen Xiang came looking for him with a big basket of 5 elements true elemental dawn. Thus, Huang Jintian had already gone numb. He no longer got surprised over little things. When he heard Qin Xiang recount the compet. 1. Taiyan of the King's Mainland, Huang Jintian said with a frown, half year, it's going to a bit tight. However, we can give it a try. First, don't take the 5 elements profound Dan. Leave it for the last when you are going to impact the extreme state. The first stage of extreme state was the spirit martial realm, in which the martial artists mainly cultivated their divine sense. And as far as Qin Xiang was concerned, this was nothing to him, as he had the divine soul which could allow his divine sense to quickly reach the so-called extreme. Your divine sense is very powerful. As long as you can step into the 9th level of true martial realm and sufficient energy to compress, it would be not difficult for you to enter the extreme state. Because when you are to enter the spirit martial realm, your powerful divine sense must complement the true qi in your body so that you can open the higher level door. At that time, your soul and martial arts will mutually fuse together, and a large amount of energy would surge out from the door and enter your body and consciousness. That's why an extreme state martial artist is many times stronger than a true martial realm martial artist, because during his breakthrough, he would acquire various strong power. Huang Jintian was also planning on arranging a program for Qin Xiang. Surely he wanted to make his apprentice show brilliant results in the king's mainland, because now there was no one who would dare to seize Chen Xiang's martial exercise. Therefore, Chen Xiang won't be like him. Master, since you don't have any grievances anymore with them, you can now leave this D.A.M. N place. Said Chen Xiang. I cannot. If I leave this place for a long time, I will be easily discovered. I, your master, should be in the heavenly realm. However, for now, I don't want to go there. At present, I am invincible in the mortal world. But once I went up there, I will be just an insignificant figure. And I don't like this. Huang Jintian said, Master, do you want to hide here for a lifetime and grow old? Chen Xiang was somewhat rendered speechless. Watching Huang Jintian, who never got to see the sun and the sky, Chen Xiang felt unhappy in his heart. Hey, kiddo, you don't understand. I will not die of old age. My strength should be comparable to that of martial artists from heavenly realm, and can still increase. Currently in the mysterious realm, it is also similarly increasing, albeit slowly but safely. Furthermore, by staying here, I can continue to develop the extreme martial sect. I can help many people safely cross their nirvana tribulation. Had it not for me, I am afraid Little Bald and the others may have already reduced to nothing but slag under their nirvana tribulation. Huang Jintian burst into laughter as he said. Huang Jintian had the ability to predict the nirvana tribulation, which could allow others to prepare well in advance, giving them an assurance to safely cross their tribulations. He was indeed a heaven-defying figure in the mortal world, whose predictions were unequivocal. Little brat, in the future, when your women or your apprentice needs to cross their tribulation, you can come to me without hesitation. And if you become a formidable alchemist in the future, you can give this old man a few immortal dawn. I have infinite life, and in this place I can slowly ACC you. Mulate power. Don't forget, I too have the yin and yang vein. Huang Jintian burst into a maniac-like laughter. Upon thinking it carefully, Chen Xiang felt that it was indeed right. In the future, he would need to cross nirvana tribulation. And there was also Shui, Xian, Lung Yulan, and his apprentices and friends as well. At that time, he could ask for Huang Jintian's help. Is a heaven-level Dan useful to teacher? As long as I can enter extreme state and win the first place, I can get a fruit of fortune. Chen Xiang said with a laugh. In the future, he could refine immortal dawn, and, of course, he was not going to forget his teacher. I had never imagined that W.A.N. Ji Quan's fruit of fortune would still be there after so long. If you brat can truly enter the extreme state, maybe the fruit of fortune he had acquired in the past would be cheaply taken by you, brat. Huang Jintian said with a laugh as he stroked his beard. Chen Xiang asked, Is W.A.N. Ji Quan the name of that elder? Master, do you know him? Huang Jintian laughed and said, Of course I know him. That guy is someone who would do anything for his face. Don't go for his usual gentleness. When he becomes ruthless, he is a crazed madman. In the past, he used to be my strongest opponent. When I was crossing my 8th nirvana tribulation, he and I had a big fight. Chen Xiang hastily asked, So who won in the end? Huang Jintian burst into laughter as he said, Of course, it was your teacher. I had his entire teeth broken. Of course, he used to be a very handsome young man, but his stinky face had been pummeled into a pig by me. Ha ha ha! Huang Jintian once again burst into a maniac laughter. Is he the strongest martial artist of the king's mainland? It seems he has some position in the divine martial palace. Chen Xiang curiously asked. That's right. He has the purest blood of the human king. He had crossed his 8th nirvana tribulation earlier than me. Of course, he was hailed as the strongest expert in the mortal world. However, later this Tli had been seized by me. That's why he hates me. However, this guy is still in the 8th nirvana tribulation. It seems he dared not face the 9th tribulation. Ha ha ha. Your great senior brother, My apprentice had long flown into the heavenly realm. And now, my grand apprentice, Little Featherhead, has also crossed 8 Nirvana tribulation. That guy surely must have felt ashamed when he saw Little Featherhead. The Nirvana 9th tribulation was the most terrifying amongst all the Nirvana tribulations. Many well-known experts fell in this very tribulation. If I am right, the fruit of fortune should be the reward for his few apprentices. That is the only reason why this king's martial arts assembly is held. I suppose his strongest apprentice must have fallen during their Nirvana tribulation sometime in the past. He should have recently taken his current apprentices. Huang Jintian guessed. Without Huang Jintian's ability to predict the Nirvana tribulation, it was indeed very hard to safely cross the Nirvana tribulation. Kiddo, you better train diligently. Your master is the strongest cultivator in the mortal world. Moreover, I can also create a bunch of powerful experts. I have already thought of a good plan for you. Now we're going to start, okay? Let me warn you, it will be a bit more brutal than the last time. Huang Jintian said. Very soon, the depths of the forbidden area resounded with Qinxiang, blood-curdling screams. Chapter 396, Bestowal of Power. Chapter 396, Bestowal of Power. The martial artists of the king's mainland who had the king's vein were already famous in the entire mortal martial world. Although everyone knew that Partik 1p, aiding in the king's martial arts assembly would lead them being seriously injured, martial arts still kept on registering. After all, everyone who practiced martial arts wanted to challenge the strongest martial artists on the mainlands. At the same time, they could test their own strength. Of course, there were also a few who wanted to try their luck. If they could reach the finals, they could garner a bit of reputation. After 5 months, everyone had been waiting for Qinxiang to appear. However, from the beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest bit of information on him. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming had also been next to the sinkhole, and they could hear Qinxiang's blood-curdling screams. They were well aware of that Qinxiang was undergoing the most rigorous and brutal training every day. After 5 months in the forbidden area, Qinxiang had already finished all the 5 elements true elemental dawn. However, he only happened to light up just 480 true element grains. Only after lightening 500 grains would he be able to possess sufficient power to open the gate which would lead him to the extreme state. And after stepping into that gate could he cultivate his various aspects to the extreme. Finally, it's time to take the 5 elements profound Dan. You're just a step away, but I hope you will be successful. Huang Jintian heaved a long sigh. The speed of Qinxiang's advancement had already given him quite a bit of surprise. After entering the extreme state, Qinxiang would experience a qualitative transformation once again, and at that time he would be a lot stronger. Until now, Qinxiang had compressed a lot of true qi. Furthermore, after undergoing constant compression, his true qi had also become denser. For instance, when he had just entered the true martial realm, he needed to compress true qi of the size of a house to the size of a rice grain, and only then would he be able to light up a true element grain. However, now he needed the true qi of the size of a mountain into the size of a rice grain, and through constant compression, his true qi was a lot purer. Any impurities inside it had been squeezed out, whereupon, when it would be released, it would burst forth with even more terrifying explosive force. Along with the advancement in his level, he needed to compress a lot more true qi. At present, it was already too much, and when he reached the Nirvana realm in the future, it would be definitely a lot terrifying. As long as you open the extreme door, you will acquire an almost endless amount of true qi. At that time, you'll have to simulate that power, but it would take a long time. Qinxiang nodded and said, Master, from where does that true qi comes from? I don't have so much true qi. Hey, it is bestowed by the martial arts way. It is quite mystical. I have also heard that the martial arts way would bestow heaven-defying power every time a martial artist breaks through. However, When you enter the true martial realm, you are very weak and thus unable to sense it. Huang Jintian mysterious smiled. Chen Xiang had no shred of doubt regarding this. At present, his entire body had already been completely injured by Huang Jintian. Furthermore, all the true qi within his body had been consumed completely. When he took the 5 elements profound Dan, the Dan immediately melted inside his body. In the past, when he took the 5 elements true elemental dawn, their potency was like a small creek that coursed through his body. But now, when he took the 5 elements profound Dan, it was like an enormous river that had shocking amount of pure energy stored inside, turbulently coursing through his body as it charged at various parts of his body. The 5 elements profound Dan he had taken today was completely different from the one he had taken in the past. The last time he obtained the 5 elements profound Dan in the black tortoise mysterious realm was just a waste Dan, while this one now was of top-grade quality. The difference was like heaven and earth. In the past, he only took 5 elements true elemental dawn only after he had finished training. At that time, their potency would scatter through his body without any need for him to refine them. However, now he had no choice but to operate the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise to digest that endless amount of energy. A large amount of true qi constantly kept on surging into his dantian and subsequently purified as it transformed into his own true qi and compressed into true element grains inside the 5 beast forms. The 5 elements profound Dan was like the sun, an enormous ball of fire in his dantian which was constantly shooting energy in every direction. Giving rise to a storm of energy, it was quite shocking, worthy of a high-grade, earth-level Dan. If this brat could also refine it basket after basket, as before, then when the great battle of the 3 realms starts, those demons and devils would simply be turned into slag. Huang Jintian exclaimed. Obviously, he had realized that Chen Xiang possessed the ability to accelerate the growth of plenty of spirit herbs, and he suspected that it could all be credited to the golden liquid congealed by Chen Xiang. This was Chun Xiang's secret, and if Chen Xiang didn't wish to talk about it, then Huang Jintian would also not ask. Just like Huang Jintian, who also had many secrets, and although Chen Xiang was curious, he too didn't ask him. After 10 days, Huang Jintian said with a laugh, it seems he had already finished compressing his true qi. Fortunately, this brat's body is pretty good. That's why he could digest the potency so quickly, or else it would have taken at least half a month. Chen Xiang could not feel the Pa-S, sage of time at all. He was just compressing the true qi in the 5 divine beast forms in madness, lighting those dim, true element grains. Unknowingly, he had congealed the enormous amount of energy provided by the 5 elements profound Dan into 20 true element grains. At present, he had illuminated a total of 100 true element grains in every 5 beast forms. He now possessed sufficient strength to open the mystical extreme door. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's body started shaking as his body surged out with a 5-color radiance, which made Huang Jintian secretly click his tongue. It's a lot brighter as compared to when his great senior brother broke through. Huang Jintian looked above. The originally deep and dark sinkhole had now been illuminated by the 5-color radiance that was radiating from Chen Xiang, which gave off the impression of a fountain that was shooting out from the ground to high in the air. After Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming sensed this, they hastily flew over, witnessing the spectacular scene where the 5-color glow was Gus. Plussing out from the sinkhole just like an eruption of a volcano. They were both shocked. They soon reckoned that Chen Xiang was stepping into the extreme state because the scene was hugely similar to the scene when they had witnessed their master break through a big realm. Chen Xiang was simply oblivious to everything that was taking place. When he had lightened up 500 true element grains, he only felt that his divine sense suddenly surged out and gathered together with his true qi before fusing into a very bizarre energy. Afterward, an explosion occurred inside his dantian, but he didn't feel any pain. He only felt as though an enormous world had appeared within his dantian, where a golden gate opened, an endless amount of energy gushed out from the gate and entered his dantian. Upon feeling this energy, he subconsciously started operating Tai Chi, subduing dragon exercise, and madly started compressing. At this moment, the speed of the compression of true Qi was actually incomparably faster. And this energy was also very gentle, allowing him to compress it into true element grains inside the 5 beast forms very easily. As a shocking amount of 5-color radiance surged out from Chen Xiang, it painted a bizarre and spectacular phenomenon. However, it didn't continue for long before the 5-color glow received into Chen Xiang's body. Soon, this little madman is going to turn the entire mortal martial world upside down. Hey, let's wait and watch. On one side, Huang Jintin was laughing, while on the other he started baking a humongous cow. Never in his dreams did Chen Xiang imagine that the energy bestowed by the martial arts way would be so much and continue pouring in a steady stream. Furthermore, the energy could be very easily converted into his own, as though it originally belonged to him and was now being given back to him. Chapter 397, Extreme State. Chapter 397, Extreme State. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming kept on walking back and forth at the edge of the sinkhole in the forbidden area, their faces laced with anxiety. There were just 3 days left until the deadline of the registration, and they knew Qin Xiang already crossed a very difficult ridge and should have entered the extreme state. However, he still had not come out. At present, Chen Xiang was frantically absorbing the power bestowed by the martial arts way, and as much 20 days had already passed, set away, but he still didn't finish absorbing that power. Obviously, the energy was enormous. Another 2 days passed. Said, nevertheless, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming had not left. At this instance, it was late at night. The pitch-black sky was spotted with glamorous twinkles, along with a bright moon hanging in the sky, basking the entire sky with its moonlight. Gu Dongqin, who was currently lying on the GRAS, watching the beautiful starry sky, suddenly heard a roar reverberating inside the sinkhole. It was a drawn-out roar of Chen Xiang, which was filled with sufficient energy, as though the sound waves carried a very fearsome power and seemed to be giving rise to ripples in the air. Whereas, back in the sinkhole, the ground was actually quaking slightly. Having heard Chen Xiang's excited roar, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming were excited. From his roar, they were sure that Chen Xiang had stepped into the extreme state. After Chen Xiang opened his eyes, the first thing he did was roar to let out the fearsome power in his body, which was followed by a maniacal, nauseating laughter. Upon hearing his laughter, Huang Jintian too burst into a maniac laugh. Whereas, when Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin heard them, they instead felt an excruciating headache. They knew if Chen Xiang ever turned insane, then quite possibly it would not take long for him to turn the entire mortal martial world upside down. That energy was truly too much. Originally, Chen Xiang had only lightened up 500 true element grains within his dantian, but after simulating the power bestowed by the martial arts way, he actually had 5,000 grains. Although it was 10 times from before, his strength by no way meant that it had improved by 10 times. On the contrary, it was much, much more, because the more true element grains he tries to light up, the more difficult it would be, and the true qi he needs to compress will be much more. In other words, the further he tries to congeal the true element grains, the more true qi he would need. Hey, now you understand. Since you are cultivating true qi of 5 elements, therefore the energy you obtained was 5 times more as compared to others. In this point, you have an advantage over the guys who have the king's vein. Especially the further you walk on the road of cultivation, you will experience the benefits of simultaneously cultivating multiple attributed true qi. Huan Jintian said with a laugh. Chen Xiang nodded and took a long deep breath before he asked, "How much left until the deadline for the registration?" "Probably a day or so. In the future, you better stay in this stage for some time. Your divine sense itself is very strong. You had a very high starting point, so your divine in the extreme state may also be very high. Maybe someday when you are cultivating your divine sense, a strange thing might be created. That strange thing will be precisely the so-called martial soul. I will not tell you much about it, as you will understand it yourself by then. Huang Jintian exhorted. Although using my training program, your foundation is stronger, it is still insufficient because you advanced very quickly. Therefore, you must stay at this stage for an extended period of time. Qinxiang solemnly nodded and said, Master, I will bear it in mind. Well then, quickly get out. Huang Jintian's voice had yet to fade away before 2 jets of flame gushed out from Qinxiang's feet, bursting forth with an extremely powerful heat which gave rise to a propulsion, making Qinxiang leap into the sky in the blink of an eye. In this way, he was able to dodge Huang Jintian's kick. After entering the extreme state, the enhancement of Qinxiang's flame was most obvious because his heavenly sun fire spirit could unleash a stronger power only with a more powerful, true qi. This brat's wings have toughened up. Huang Jintian scoffed. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming suddenly sensed a gust of heat rush ing towards them, whereupon they saw a fiery light suddenly shooting out from the sinkhole. As they raised their heads to look above, they saw Qinxiang, who had his feet wrapped in flames, while seemingly an endless amount of 2 jets of flames were shooting out from underneath his feet in a steady stream, which was making him float in the air. Brat, quickly get down. We have to go and register. There is not much time left. Wu Keiming shouted. Having noticed that Qinxiang had become stronger, he was excited in his heart. Gu Dongqin burst into a jovial laughter. Soon we will get to see those king's vain martial artists wetting their pants from beating. Had he not been stopped by his 2 martial nephews, Qinxiang would have tried the vermilion bird fire wings to see how big they were now. For Su Meiyao had told him that the stronger he was, the bigger they would be. Maybe they could span across 1,000 li, whereas flapping those humongous fire wings could even set off a fiery storm which would have an extensive lethality. Qinxiang had spent half a year inside the sinkhole. When he came out, the first thing he did was to take a bath, but he didn't sleep afterward. After entering the extreme state, he was full of spirit and energy. He could not wait to take the field. In the silence of midnight, someone humming a tune could be heard. Moreover, it was occasionally accompanied by laughter. Wu Qianqian, who was resting in her residence, was suddenly awakened by the sounds. Over these days, she too had been waiting for Qinxiang's return. She wanted to see Qinxiang's HI plus Ning in the king's martial arts meet, and now she knew that Qinxiang had returned. Furthermore, he seemed to be very happy, which assured her that he had stepped into the extreme state. Thinking this point, Wu Qianqian secretly sighed because she knew that there was once again a big gap between Qinxiang and her. She had already decided that once the king's martial arts meet ended, she would leave for the place marked on the map given to her by Elder Dan. According to Elder Dan, this place could allow her to become stronger. Qinxiang hastily left the extreme Dan King courtyard and made his way to the teleportation array along with Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin to leave for the king's mainland, where he would register for the king's martial arts meet. After the registration, there is going to be a sparring test. After this test, you will enter the 2nd round. In this round, you will be ranked according to the points, and only the top 50 will get to enter the 3rd round, Qinxiang impatiently said. Little Bulb, what kind of martial arts meet is this? Isn't it a martial arts compet? One Tian? How come there are so many rounds? Oh, no way. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Anyway, young martial uncle will understand at that time. Wu Keiming said. Wu Keiming was responsible for managing the registration process on the Qinwu mainland. After he had handled Qinxiang's procedures, he brought Qinxiang upon a ginormous combat field. The combat field was so ginormous that even with Qinxiang's current eyesight, he was unable to find the edge of the square. At this moment, the sun was rising from the east, basking the huge combat field in a red glow which painted a very spectacular scene. Qinxiang came to know that many fights had already been carried out on this combat field, soaking it with the blood of many genius martial artists of other mainlands. Xiang, I never thought that you will truly step into the extreme state. Well, this is a good news. An elder suddenly appeared. It was none other than W.A.N. Jiquan, whose teeth had been broken off by Huang Jintian in the past. W.A.N. Jiquan was very happy because Xiang was going to be partic. 1. Aiding in the king's martial arts meet. He would now have the opportunity to make a fool out of Xiang, for he had a lot of confidence in the martial artists with the king's vein. He firmly believed that even if Xiang cultivated Tai Chu subduing dragon exercise, he would still be miserably beaten by his disciple. Chapter 398. Power in Ebullition. Chapter 398. Power in Ebullition. The matter of Xiang appearing on the very last day to register for the king's martial arts meet very soon spread to various mainlands. It was indeed surprising to everyone. Furthermore, it also meant that Xiang had stepped into the extreme state. Followed by the registration was the sparring test, only through which the partic 1. And could enter the preliminaries. At present, Xiang had stepped into the extreme state, and the first thing he must do was to cultivate his divine sense to the extreme. And if wanted to cultivate divine sense, he must do so by the means of his body. And that was also why this state was spirit martial realm. The spirit martial realm was the first state of the extreme state, which was further divided into early stage, intermediate stage, and late stage. Xiang was now in the early stage of spirit martial realm, which was the lowest level of the extreme state. If he did enter the intermediate stage, he would get more power bestowed by the martial arts way. When Xiang was coming here, he came to learn from Wu Keiming that the martial artists partic 1. Aiding in the king's martial arts meet, who had powerful veins, also had the same cultivation as him. However, they had stayed at the same level for a long time as compared to him. One needs to bear in mind that these people were all young, and they were also afraid that their foundation would be unstable, so they were consolidating their foundation, lest it would affect their future cultivation. The sparring test was a martial arts contest with a martial artist of the king's mainland. If won, it would be an irrefutable proof that the partic 1. And possessed enough strength to partic 1. 8 in the preliminaries, since the number of people registering to partic 1. 8 in the king's martial arts meet was many. It was impossible to let every person directly compare notes with each other, and in order to prevent too many people fighting together, the king's mainland first tested the registering martial artist's strength in advance. Xiang heard that in this test 9 out of 10 would fail. Moreover, the registration fee they had paid would also not be returned. If calculated, the king's mainland was making a fortune through the king's martial arts meet. The person who was going to spar with Xiang was a middle-aged man whose entire face was covered in a beard. Whereupon, when he came up, instead of converging his aura, he released, making everyone notice that he was in the extreme state. They actually let us wait for one morning just for finding a right opponent for me. Do they want me to stop here? Xiang sneered. Why don't you let them see your colors a bit? After all, this big guy has also just entered the extreme state, and he isn't even a king's vein martial artist. You don't need to worry. The young king's vein martial artists are blee and ruthless, and are the best thing through which this old man can show off. Certainly he is going to wait until the end when the tyke and S of various mainlands have gathered to show them. Wu Keiming said with a laugh. Xiang faintly smiled as he stepped forward first. Little Bald, you are too tender. For now, I should hold my strength back and let them think that I am not overly strong. And when it is the finals, I will reveal my strength and tear their aces into pieces. Do you want to play pig to eat the tiger? Suit yourself, but it won't be that easy for you to play the pig. Shaking his head, Wu Keiming smiled and said. Xiang stepped onto the martial arts stage. The stage was just a tad bit higher than the ground and was square in shape with a length of 30 zhang. It was still huge, which was enough for the fighters to fight as they like. Standing upon the stage, Chen Xiang felt that there was some kind of bizarre, yet strong power underneath it. He reckoned that it was a powerful array, like a barrier which would protect the bricks, making it impossible to destroy them during a fierce fight. When Chen Xiang saw such a huge combat field, he felt an itch in his heart. The last time when he destroyed the entire square in the Fragrant City, he felt that it was very cool. If he could also destroy the combat field of King's Mainland, it would definitely make the divine martial palace feel a heartache for some time. At the center of this combat field, there is also a bigger stage where there are stronger arrays. In here, there are many arrays just like the one laid on the combat stage and needs the top-grade crystal stones to maintain. If you could destroy the entire combat field, the King's Mainland would suffer a tremendous loss because these arrays would also be destroyed. And as you know, these arrays cannot be laid within a day or two. Long Shuai mischievously laughed and said she had noticed what Chen Xiang was thinking. Let's talk about it later. Chen Xiang looked at the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, some people also came over from every direction. As Chen Xiang looked at W.A.N. Ji Quan's side, he noticed that behind him stood some young people. It was quite clear that they were W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentices. They wanted to see how strong Chen Xiang was. Let's start, W.A.N. Ji Quan shouted. The middle-aged man's true chi was quite overbearing and carried a lightning aura. Each of his steps was like lightning, shaking the entire martial art stage, which was also accompanied by peals of thunder one after another. His imposing manner was quite scary, whereas his pair of giant fists were wrapped in flashes of lightning, which were shooting in every direction. From the very beginning, he had unleashed a very strong power because W.A.N. Ji Quan ordered him to defeat Chen Xiang with the fastest speed. Meanwhile, when Chen Xiang saw the imposing manner of his opponent, D knows why, but his blood suddenly started burning. Now he understood why Wu Keiming said that it would be not so easy for him to play the pig to eat the tiger, because under this kind of situation it was indeed quite difficult to hide his strength. Not to mention, he had just stepped into the extreme state and had obtained a lot stronger power than before, whereas this power had been suppressed inside his body, which needed to be released. Witnessing the middle-aged man swooping towards Chen Xiang like a thunderbolt, W.A.N. Ji Quan and the others nodded their head, for they were very satisfied with this kind of offense. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if it was the Herculean family, it would be a little difficult for them to withstand. Chen Xiang stood still in his place. He was wondering how he was going to hide his true strength. However, in the end, he thought that it would be cooler to beat him in simple and forthright manner. Thus, he decided to utilize the strongest power and go all out from the very beginning. A right hook with lightning flash, plusing in all directions, shot towards Chen Xiang's cheek. When everyone thought that Chen Xiang was going to spew blood from the tyrannical lightning strength, a strange scene appeared. To everyone's dismay, the punch wrapped in lightning stopped just right before Chen Xiang's cheek, seemingly blocked by some kind of power. Meanwhile, there wasn't an ounce of power being released from any part of Chen Xiang's body. The middle-aged man also didn't know why he stopped. In that moment, he only felt fear. Meanwhile, a monstrous slaughter chi suddenly spread from Chen Xiang's body and enveloped everyone, making everyone feel as though they were inside a battlefield where hundreds of millions of soldiers were killing each other. The slaughter chi was extremely horrifying to the point that the temperature in the surroundings instantly plummeted and made everyone smell an intense death chi, making everyone feel as though they were inside a purgatory which was filled with slaughter. Although Chen Xiang didn't move, his slaughtering heart, on the other hand, was beating. After entering the extreme state, his slaughter chi too had advanced to the extreme, becoming even more terrifying. This was precisely the terrifying part of the White Tiger Divine exercise. Just from the slaughter chi, he had scared his opponent. This kind of slaughter chi already made W.A.N. Ji Quan and the others feel intense trepidation. In their opinion, even for a Nirvana realm martial artist, it would be difficult for them to possess this kind of slaughter chi, unless it was the time of the great battle of the three realms, during which they would frantically slaughter demons and devils. At present, even G. Quan himself didn't have this kind slaughtering aura. Your lightning is very weak. Let me show you what true lightning power is. Chen Xiang burst into a mad laughter as he walked towards the retreating middle-aged man. Chapter 399. Frightening the Kings. Chapter 399. Frightening the Kings. Having witnessed Chen Xiang giving true effort, Wu Keiming started to frown. He had long guessed that it would be difficult for Chen Xiang to hide his true strength. At such a critical juncture, of course, he was happy. However, he was also a little worried that Chen Xiang would start ruthlessly and would cripple the middle-aged man. By then it would forge a hatred with the king's mainland. A dazzling azure aura appeared around Chen Xiang's fist as lightning, which was as thick as a snake, shot out from within. Whereupon, dazzling flashes of lightning radiated in every direction before covering the entire martial stage in an azure light. At this instant, Chen Xiang had unleashed the strongest azure dragon true qi, which contained a very overbearing lightning energy that gathered around Chen Xiang's fists. The middle-aged man himself was a user of lightning power. He could see that the lightning power unleashed by Chen Xiang was a lot stronger than his. Before he took the stage, Ji Quan had told him that Chen Xiang was just a little devil who had recently stepped into the extreme state, and there was no need to be afraid of him. He could beat him as he wished without any worry. However, now, the middle-aged was secretly cursing Ji Quan. Where was Chen Xiang just a little devil? He was simply a devil Ji. Take the slaughter Qi released by Chen Xiang, for instance. It already made him feel afraid. The middle-aged man was someone who had entered the extreme state. He was also not someone who could be trifled with easily. Although he was momentarily afraid, he could only unleash his strongest power and compete with Chen Xiang. Step by step, Chen Xiang gradually walked over, whereas the middle-aged man let out a roar as electric aura once again surged out from his giant fists. However, it was far inferior as compared to that of Chen Xiang. The middle-aged man sent a very fast punch, so fast that it seemed that a lightning was piercing through the air. When the punch with this kind of speed and power suddenly clashed with air, it burst forth with a sonic boom as it rumbled towards Chen Xiang's nose. The punch was fast, as well as unleashed with a very rich true qi, which gave burst to a tremendously strong power. Chen Xiang was competing with someone who was in extreme state just like him for the first time, which made him very excited. He admitted that the opponent was very strong. If he had not entered the extreme state and encountered such a person, perhaps he was doomed to be miserably defeated. It's a bit slow. Chen Xiang extended his hand as he grabbed the middle-aged man's fist before he vigorously squeezed, as a peal of thunder reverberated the entire field, which was followed by howls of the middle-aged man as Chen Xiang sent a punch while he was wrapped in a thick lightning true qi that suddenly transformed into a dragon head, and his arm transformed into that of a dragon before that menacing punch struck the middle-aged man's chin. In this moment, everyone saw as though a small dragon that had lightning wrapped around its entire body charging towards the middle-aged man. Witnessing this kind of power, Gu Dongqin and the others could not help but shudder. If he was so powerful in the extreme state, when he would step into the Nirvana realm, perhaps they would be unable to win against Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had a very rich battle experience. In the sinkhole at the Forbidden Area, he had to deal with various kinds of attack of Huang Jintian often, whereas Huang Jintian in his youth had challenged everyone everywhere. Moreover, he also had 5 elements true qi. Thereby he could simulate many battle styles according to his memory to fight with Chen Xiang. When Chen Xiang fought with Huang Jintian, the attack he had to face was a lot faster. Therefore, the middle-aged man's speed appeared to be a lot slower in his eyes. He was already accustomed to Huang Jintian's high-speed attack, and although he often had been able to dodge, at the end of the day, he would still be beaten by an even faster attack. Just a punch from Chen Xiang had made the middle-aged man retreat several steps, while his head was ked to the other side, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. What made everyone feel odd was that the middle-aged man had azure, lightning crackling all over his body. To everyone's dismay, Chun Xiang's lightning power was crackling over the middle-aged man's body. It was quite clear that Chun Xiang's punch was infused with a lot of lightning power, which, in the blink of an eye, was blasted into the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man had been hit on the head with that kind of power. One could imagine what kind of damage he had suffered. You can't even withstand a punch, Chun Xiang sneered, whereas the middle-aged man was incessantly furious. He struggled to twist his head back, but all he saw was a sudden azure flash approaching. Once again, Chun Xiang attacked as his dragon head-like punch smashed into the middle-aged man's mouth. The lightning power released this time was stronger than before. When he punched, it burst out with a dazzling azure light. Meanwhile, the entire ground slightly shook. Shocking heaven palm. Although he had used his fist to cast the technique, the subsequent shockwave secretly shocked Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming. They were sure that the middle-aged man already lost. Sure enough, after Chun Xiang had punched, the middle-aged man was battered out of his wits, and in that very moment, another lightning-fast punch smashed into him. Both his fists alternatively struck the middle-aged man at fast speed. In the blink of an eye, tens of punches ruthlessly greeted the middle-aged man's face. Each punch burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. If had it been the night, the subsequent azure flashes would have been as spectacular and Astonies. H.I. Plussing sight. Stop! W.A.N. Ji Quan shouted. However, in just the short moment when he shouted stop, Chun Xiang had already punched hundreds of times. Chun Xiang had unleashed the strongest might of azure dragon true chi for his each and every punch. Moreover, he had cast the shocking heaven palm along with the punch. Chun Xiang obediently stopped. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man still stood at his place. Whenever Chun Xiang battered his face, he would release a kind of suction. Therefore, no matter how strong his punches were, the middle-aged man would not fly away, which made the middle-aged man's head glued to his fists, allowing Chun Xiang to frantically bombard his face. The subsequent damage he had suffered was most terrifying. You have said the test. W.A.N. Ji Quan was somewhat furious because Chun Xiang was clearly displaying his dominance. And of course, he knew that Chun Xiang had already shown mercy. If he had fused the 5 elements true chi into the universe, true chi, the middle-aged man would have long been crippled. The middle-aged man was, after all, an extreme state martial artist. Under this kind of maddening bombardment, he had not fainted at all, but his head had already been seriously injured. When the others came to help him, the middle-aged man coughed a bit as he spewed out many broken teeth. When W.A.N. Ji Quan saw the middle-aged man spew teeth along with the blood, he tightly clenched his fist, for he recalled the time when Huang Jintian had knocked out his entire teeth and then bragged about it everywhere, which made him lose face. Chun Xiang wasn't too much concerned regarding the martial artists of King's mainland. As long as no one died, everything was fine. He could torture them as he wished because the martial artists of King's mainland had done the same to the martial artists of other mainlands. As early as half a year ago, Chun Xiang's had heard that the martial artists of King's mainland started viciously. Many people had been crippled and rendered unable to practice martial arts ever again, for which he was also furious. And now he wanted to give them the dose of their own medicine. Let those proud and arrogant martial artists of King's mainland experience how being beaten to a cripple felt like. Chun Xiang just calmly swept a glance at the several proud young men standing behind W.A.N. Ji Quan and asked, "Who's next?" Let me tell you in advance, kicks and punches have no eyes. If you get crippled during the fight, then don't put the blame on me. Previously, you martial artists of King's mainland had done the same, so I'll not show any mercy to you. If you are afraid, it's better for you to throw in the towel at the start of the fight. And also, I don't like anyone stopping me when I am happily beating people up. The fight is between him and me, not with others. Others don't have the qualifications to stop the fight. This seems to be a rule a long time ago. Chun Xiang had his fist clenched. His voice carried anger. Had it not for W.A.N.G. Quan shouting to stop, the man definitely would have been crippled by him a moment ago. Chapter 400. 3 days. Chapter 400. 3 days hearing Qin Xiang say this, the people standing behind W.A.N.G. Quan were furious. Just as they were thinking of criticizing Qin Xiang, W.A.N.G. Quan raised his hand to stop them. You are just like your teacher. Indeed, it was my mistake. In the future, no one is going to stop someone during the compet. One Tian. W.A.N.G. Quan actually restrained his anger. Although he was a bit angry in his heart, he still held back. Qin Xiang, don't think that just because your teacher is Huang Jintian, you cannot show respect to your elders. A luxuriously dressed young man who was standing behind W.A.N.G. Quan angrily said. Qin Xiang sneered. What about it, not to mention my teacher? Even my great senior brother is a lot stronger than senior W.A.N.G. And forget even my great senior brother who had ascended. My eldest martial nephew standing beside me is also as strong as senior W.A.N.G. Qin Xiang's words made W.A.N.G. Quan furious. Qin Xiang, you, did Huang Jintian made you speak as such? W.A.N.G. Quan's entire face was laced with anger, while Gu Dongqin also pulled Qin Xiang a bit. Qin Xiang smiled and said, He indeed spoke to me as such. He also said that you are not his match in this life. That's why he is holding some bulls. H.I. plus T. King's martial arts meet to show off his power. Master, let me teach him a lesson. Another young man standing behind W.A.N.G. Quan loudly said. Teach me a lesson? Little bald. Someone wants to fight me. What do you think I should do? Qin Xiang laughed and said. Wu Kaming sighed. Let him give it a try, then he will understand. Gu Dongqin laughed and said. Old W.A.N.G. young martial uncle's character is just like this, however. You should still control your apprentice a bit. Don't ever let him arbitrarily teach a lesson to this little madman. Otherwise, his death is not related to us in any way. Having heard Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming's statements, the youth who was clamoring to teach Qin Xiang a lesson had an ugly look covered his face. Gu Dongqin's strength was unfathomable, although he didn't cultivate the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. He was the dean of extreme martial sect after all. He was definitely extraordinary. Wu Kaming was worried that Qin Xiang would continue to stir up trouble, so he pulled Qin Xiang to another place to prepare him to partake. 1P8 in the next round. To tell you honestly, this little madman's alchemy skills are not taught by our junior sister. As for whom he learned from, I am also not clear. In short, he is a very powerful guy. It's quite possible that it was the same guy who had saved him last time on the Hero's Mountain. After Qin Xiang and Wu Kaming were far away, Gu Dongqin spoke in a low voice. W.A.N.G. Quan frowned. Isn't taught by Elder Dan? Are you sure? Gu Dongqin nodded. I'm sure. Even before he had joined the extreme martial sect, his alchemy skills were already superb. Furthermore, he had also mastered a few extremely powerful martial exercises, like the True Chi Fire Wings, some other dragon martial techniques, and many others. You can investigate these things. There is obviously some powerful figure behind him. W.A.N.G. Quan had a solemn look on his face. He indeed had heard of the happenings of the Hero's Mountain. The sudden disappearance and appearance of Qin Xiang in front of many people was indeed not the work of Huang Jintian. Furthermore, Qin Xiang had also shared a map which pointed to a mysterious realm that had many martial arts and mysterious records from the ancient period. And when Qin Xiang had said that it was given to him by someone, Gu Dongqin could verify that he was not lying. Therefore, you really have to control your apprentice better, and it will not be us who are going to take any action, but rather the figure that is standing beside him. Gu Dongqin stared at those young men, whereas those young men were drenched in sweat. Of course, if you can injure him in a compet, tie in a fair and square manner, then there won't be anything. Although you and I are powerhouses of a mainland, we are both clear that we are not the strongest in this vast mortal martial world. Gu Dongqin said this to tell Wan Jiquang that he should not turn his enmity with Huang Jintian at Qinxiang, or else he would come to regret it. Don't worry, I'm not so stupid. If I hated that old madman, I would have long gone to your extreme martial sect and fight it out with him. Wan Jiquang faintly smiled. Gu Dongqin smiled and left towards the fading figure of Wu Keiming and Qinxiang and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Young martial uncle, we don't have much time. We just have 3 days. In these 3 days you have to enter the top 50 or else you will be unable to proceed to the next round, said Wu Keiming. Qinxiang and Wu Keiming were presently sitting in a stone building. Qinxiang, while watching through the window at the Pas Sursby, yawned. How many rounds are actually there? I am not sure about this. I only know that you have to enter the top 50 within the next 3 days, or else you won't be able to proceed to the final round, Wu Keiming said while shaking his head. All right, tell me about the rules. Qinxiang lazily said. He just wanted to fight those King's vain martial artists as early as possible. Taking out a sheet, Wu Keiming spread it on the table and gestured Chan Xiang to come closer. In the top 50, not all of the partic. 1. P. Ants are King's vain martial artists. Some of them are just a bit talented and are extremely strong. However, in the final round, only 4 will have the chance to compete in front of many people. Qinxiang noticed that the sheet was jam-packed with dense characters. Next, you are going to challenge the partic. 1. P. Ants who are under 50 for their points. And as long as your points are more than that of the partic. 1. P. Ants who are in top 50, you no longer need to challenge anyone. Chan Xiang took a glance at the sheet and discovered that the top 50 had a large number of points, especially the first who actually had more than 10,000 points, while the one on the 50th position also had as much as 3,000 points. Don't underestimate 3,000 points. If you win, you will get a point. If you lose, a point will be deducted, and when you have 0 points, you will be eliminated. At the beginning, every partic. 1. P. Ant will be rewarded with a point. Wu Keiming said. Qinxiang said with a surprise, You mean to say that the guy in the first place had won more than 10,000 matches? How long did it take for him to fight? Of course not. If your opponent has 1,000 points and you happen to win, then you will win his 1,000 points. Then he would once again start with 1 point and continue to fight. Qinxiang now understood. So to say the top 50 cannot be challenged. That's right. At first, when many partic. 1. P. Ants who had a lot of points were defeated, came to worry that all of their points will be lost, so the rules were modified and the partic. 1. P. Ants who have entered the top 50 were no longer allowed to fight. Fewer points does not mean that they are any weaker. So I now have to find partic. 1. P. Ants who had a lot of points as well and are ranked under 50 and challenge them, right? Qinxiang said. Yes, and the deadline is after 3 days, after which the ranking will be finalized. That's why you have to enter top 50 within 3 days. And those partic. 1. P. Ants are going to have to accept the challenges, whereas challenging those who have a lot of points is also riskier, for they are relatively stronger. Qinxiang pointed at a name and said, I am going to challenge him. He has 2,000 points. He seems to be an extreme state King's vain martial artist. Before, he used to be in the first position, but he was defeated, so he is very strong. However, he seems to have suffered injuries, but it's difficult to say. Qinxiang smiled. Little bald. You are not confident in my strength? Of course not. Only this guy has some strange powers. I think that it would be more appropriate to challenge these guys. They have 1,400 and 1,500 points respectively. These 3 are the strongest under the top 50. Furthermore, they don't challenge each other and also received fewer challenges from others. Most of the time, it's them who challenge others. Upon taking a glance at their points, Qin Xiang's was enlivened. All right, I will first fight with the guys with 1,400 points and 1,500 points, and then fight with the guy with 2,000 points, so that I can rank a bit higher. Chapter 401, Important Match. Chapter 401, Important Match. After a good round of discussion, Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming went to another great hall. After having inquired about the situation, Wu Keiming said to Qin Xiang, "The guy with 1,400 points can be challenged at this moment. I will file a challenge on behalf of you. He will come and fight you in half an hour." There is also one bad news, the Partic. 1. P. Ants with 1,500 and 2,000 points are already fighting. Whoever won will enter the top 50. Qin Xiang said, "Well, then wouldn't that mean that the guy on the 50th position with 3,300 points will be pushed down? At that time, I can challenge him just the same." "I guess you're right. However, that guy might be very strong." Wu Keiming said, "I'm also not weak." Qin Xiang laughed and said, In the great hall, Qin Xiang was waiting for his opponent. Little Bald, as long as someone hasn't entered the top 50, he needs to accept the challenge, right? Qin Xiang asked. And, however, there is one time he can refuse, and that is after he has won a match, because he will be allowed to have a day to rest, and within this period of time he can refuse any challenge. Once one day is over, as long as someone challenged him, he had to come and fight, even if it is in the middle of the night. Wu Keiming said. Qin Xiang rolled his eyes as he smiled and said, "If I challenge someone at midnight, would he also have to fight?" "But of course. If it's my time to take a rest, can I still challenge others?" "Yes, you can." Qin Xiang found loopholes in the rules. He slightly smiled. "I'm truly looking forward to it." Gu Dongqin had also arrived. It was Qin Xiang's first battle of this round, and his opponent was quite powerful and was a very cautious person as well, or else it would have been impossible for him to have 1,400 points. From the list, Qin Xiang noticed that only 3 Partic. 1. P. Ants had 1,000 points and above under the top 50. The rest either had a couple hundred or a couple dozen points, and the total number of Partic. 1. P. Ants on the list were only 200 or so. Although it was like this, it was quite clear that King's Mainland was stronger because, apart from Qin Xiang, the rest were martial artists of the King's Mainland. The weakest amongst them was in the 9th level of the true martial realm, and they had a tacit understanding that the extreme state martial artists won't challenge the 9th level true martial realm martial artists. However, if it was martial artists of other mainlands, the extreme state martial artists would come and fight right off the bat. For instance, when Xiao Chou, who was from the Herculean family and was very strong, came up on the stage, a powerful King's Vein martial artist challenged him and subsequently defeated him. If no one is going to challenge 9th level true martial realm martial artists, then I will. Qin Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. From looking at the points, it was quite evident that the Partic 1. P. Ants from overseas were just here to send points, or else it would have been simply impossible for someone to have more than 10,000 points amongst the King's Mainland martial artists. The list was updated every 3 hours and displayed the latest points and ranking as well as the Partic. 1. P. Ants who could be challenged. If someone's name had a red circle, it meant that the Partic 1. P. Ant was in resting period, and if wasn't, then he or she could be challenged even in the middle of the night. Li Zhizhao, is he also from Divine Martial Palace? Qin Xiang, rubbing his chin, glanced at a short and small man stepping inside the door. Anyone who has over 1,000 points is basically fostered by the Divine Martial Palace. Wu Keiming said. Many people were concerned about the rankings. They had never imagined that Qin Xiang would challenge Li Zhizhao, someone who had 1,400 points right off the bat. Although he only had 1,400 points, there was quite a high possibility for him to rush into the top 50, which was irrefutable proof of his strength. Li Zhizhao was quite handsome looking, but he wasn't tall and stalwart. Although he was short, his towering eyebrows made him appear exceptionally arrogant and imposing. And when he knew his opponent was Chen Xiang, he was not only fearless, he was, on the contrary, excited. Although Chen Xiang had won the sparring test easily, in the eyes of the true disciples of Divine Martial Palace, it was nothing. Last time, Chen Xiang had won the first position in the Alchemy compet. Tian, so he had quite a big reputation in the king's mainland. If he could win against Chen Xiang, he would garner all his reputation. The young and arrogant martial artists pursued reputation more than anything, for they had no shortage of resources due to the forces that fostered them. The only thing they desired was to make their names spread far and wide. Don't think that since you can defeat that stupid Lei easily, you are very strong. I will let you experience the true strength of kings. Li Zhizhao said in a sharp and shrill voice. That kind of arrogant tone made Chen Xiang quite unhappy, whereupon he decided that he would definitely start with a heavy hand and ruthlessly teach him a lesson to let him feel how annoying Chen Xiang felt. Chen Xiang once again arrived at the huge martial arts field. This time the martial arts stage was a bit bigger. Moreover, there was also an extra rule that as long as some stepped down from the stage, he would lose. Furthermore, this fight was also a life and death battle. Only those who didn't have a shred of fear during the contest could unleash their true strength, and that was why some Nirvana realm tyke. Oh, NS would be observing from the sidelines, lest some mishap suddenly occurred. Just as Chen Xiang stepped onto the stage, a news arrived stating that the guy with 1,500 points had defeated the Partik. 1P. And with 2,000 points and entered the top 50 with a total point of 3,500. And the Partik, 1P, and who was previously on the 50th position with just 3,300 points, was pushed down, who in Chen Xiang's eyes was a large chunk of meat, which was ready to be eaten, and once Chen Xiang did, he would enter the top 50. Humph! A guy with just 1 point had made me waste such a good opportunity. Let's fight quickly. I am anxious to challenge that guy. Li Zhizhao stared at Chen Xiang with a disgusted look. Chen Xiang, too, was feeling incessantly anxious. He was worried that he would miss the opportunity to challenge, as it was the fastest way for him to enter the top 50. Chen Xiang smiled and said, I also want to quickly challenge him. At present, the spectators were increasing by the second. W.A.N. Ji Quan and the others, of course, won't want to miss this battle, as Li Zhizhao was a true disciple of the Divine Martial Palace. He was strong as well as had a high degree of attainment in martial artists. He wasn't anything like the man who was using the lightning before. Right on time. I wonder how powerful Little Rascal is after stepping into the extreme state. I'm truly looking forward to it. Hua Shengyue slightly smiled and said, she and Lu Menger had arrived together through the teleportation array. The two had covered their face in a veil and were dressed in white skirts. They appeared to be pure, beautiful, and inviolable. Many people would lower their head. When their gazes come in contact with their pretty eyes, they dared not look at them directly. The two were Tyke. And as of their respective influence, they were strong, and a powerful aura would be unconsciously released by their body, which made many people who had insufficient strength tremble in fear. Young experts of other mainlands had once stepped onto the martial arts field to compete, but in the end they returned with heavy injuries. Now, the others already dared not register. At present, Chen Xiang was the only one who was from the other mainland that was Partik. 1P, aiding in the King's martial arts meet. Old W.A.N.G. Did you call them to come here? Gu Dongqin asked with a smile. That's right. I wanted to let them see Huang Jintian's apprentice suffering a disastrous defeat here. They once used to have enmity with Huang Jintian. I thought that they would also want to see this scene. W.A.N.G. Quan said with a sinister smile. Actually, I'd love to see Little Rascal win. Moreover, he can win. After all, that Little Rascal had even fooled me. And if he is defeated, that will be unfavorable to me. Lon Hai said with a laugh. At this instance, he no longer wanted to suppress Chen Xiang, as Chen Xiang had helped him acquire the martial exercise left behind by the founding fathers of his sect, thereby helping him know more things, for which he was too grateful. Chapter 402 Water Restricts Fire. Chapter 402 Water Restricts Fire. Most people wanted Chen Xiang to win, because when the martial artists of their respective mainlands had come to partic 1. p. 8, they were beaten till they were heavily injured, and some were even crippled. The king's mainland had used very vicious means. At first glance, everyone could see that they had intentionally started with a heavy hand. Therefore, everyone was a bit disgusted by the king's mainland. I hope that you don't pay too much attention to victory and defeat, and can admit defeat timely, okay? I don't want to see anyone dying during the king's martial arts meet. Let the contest begin. Ji Quan said. Apart from the first two words that fell into Chen Xiang and Li Zhizhao's ears, they turned deaf ears to rest of the words. Once the match began, flames emerged in Li Zhizhao's eyes as his body suddenly surged with a scorching aura before the flames appeared. His fists and legs were wrapped in flames, surging with an intense heat. At first glance, it was evident that he was a powerful flame martial artist. Chen Xiang was the closest to Li Zhizhao, and he too had been shocked by the scorching heat waves erupting from Li Zhizhao. This kind of flames was stronger than his heavenly sun fire. What's going on? Chen Xiang exclaimed in his heart. He possessed the heavenly sun fire whose flames were quite overbearing. Yet the opposite party had stronger flames, even without the fire spirit. Su Meiyao said, "This guy should have at least 3 fire veins. Not to mention, you still can't unleash the full power of your heavenly sun fire spirit. So don't think that your fire spirit is too weak. Wait until you have enough true qi, then you will know how formidable your fire spirit is." Gu Dongchen frowned. What powerful flames! Sure enough, geniuses can be found everywhere on the king's mainland. Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue both were flame users. They also knew that such flames could only be cultivated by someone who had multiple fire veins, or by using some heaven and earth treasures. Li Zhizhao is the fire king of our king's mainland. Having noticed the complexion of the various powerhouses, Ji Quan proudly smiled. Li Zhizhao, when he noticed Chen Xiang's face filled with shock, also felt proud secretly in his heart. Whereupon he let out a roar and charged at Chen Xiang. However, surprisingly, just as Li Zhizhao leaped, he immediately fell on the ground. All he saw were many water vines that were as thick as a thigh, tightly wrapped around his legs. After Chen Xiang had stridden into the extreme state, his 5 elements true qi had equally become stronger. The water wines he had cast via the black tortoise divine exercise was also more formidable. They could entangle the others more tightly. Furthermore, the water attributed true qi, cultivated via the divine exercise, deadly suppressed the fire attributed true qi. The water vines continued to spread, deadly winding around Li Zhizhao's body. At present, Li Zhizhao was like a bunch of intensely burning flames that had a pot of water suddenly splashed upon them while a lot of steam rose from his body. Li Zhizhao was unable to move. After his body had thick water vines wound around it, the fire attributed true qi within his body turned weak. Furthermore, a lot of water attributed true qi drilled into his body, dousing the scorching hot true qi within his body. The outcome has been decided. Lu Menger chuckled and said, with a smile on his face. Chen Xiang slowly walked to the front of Li Zhizhao before he said with a laugh, "If you had thrown in the towel, you would have been spared from the pain. I have already clarified in advance that my attacks are going to be quite brutal." "Chen Xiang, you are violating the rules. What in the BLOOD? What evil technique have you used?" Li Zhizhao roared in anger. He believed that Chen Xiang had used some devious means. Chen Xiang smiled. "Evil technique? If I did that, Senior WA and G would have long stopped me." Most of the spectators were Nirvana realm martial artists. With one glance, they had noticed that Qin Xiang had released water vines by using his divine sense and rich water attributed true qi. However, in order to release those, he needed some skill and true qi mobilization method, which was nothing but a martial exercise. Qin Xiang, if you have guts, don't use this kind of despicable tricks. Li Zhizhao was even unable to mobilize his true qi, let alone getting rid of these water wines that could even break boulders into pieces. It could all be blamed on your insufficient strength. If it was some truly powerful expert, he would have easily broken my little trick. Qin Xiang teasingly said. Having noticed Qin Xiang's face filled with sarcasm, Li Zhizhao simmered in anger. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to curse, a palm came smacking directly over his face. Boom! Along with a thunderous sound, the land fiercely quaked. Some of the houses even had cracks appeared on them. Whereupon Li Zhizhao let out cries of agony as his head ked to one side, and he continuously spat blood along with some teeth. Shocking heaven palm! However, this time Qin Xiang had cast the technique using the universe true qi with the fusion of 5 elements true qi, which was tremendously powerful. Even if the stage had arrays laid all over it, the arrays were still unable to negate such sudden shock waves and burst of power, making the martial arts field fiercely shake a bit. All the 5,000 true element grains inside Qin Xiang's dantian were illuminated. As a result of high compression, his true qi was extremely pure and contained terrifying power. If an enormous mountain was compressed to the size of rice grain, but its weight remained unchanged, the corresponding power could very well be imagined. At present, the true qi released by Qin Xiang was just like the countless compressed S of qi that once used to as big as an enormous mountain. The power stored within the true qi was shocking. Whereas Li Zhizhao was unable to utilize his powerful true qi to resist Qin Xiang's shocking heaven palm. All he could do was use his flesh and body and suffer terrifying injuries. Qin Xiang's palm had rendered him unable to utter anything. Not to mention, he was unable to mobilize his true qi, and even if he could, it still would have been extremely difficult for him to resist the shocking heaven palm cast using the kind of extreme level universe true qi. As long as his opponent was a martial artist of the king's mainland, Qin Xiang would not go easy on him. Previously, he had already given Li Zhizhao an opportunity, but Li Zhizhao savored it. Whereupon, Qin Xiang smacked with another palm, hitting on another side of Li Zhizhao's face. The slap on the cheek was as though he had been struck by a transparent lightning, which burst forth with a stifling explosion before the ground once again started shaking. You won't have the opportunity to throw in the towel. Qin Xiang sneered as his pair of palms madly started dancing before countless trails of his palm suddenly appeared, entirely covering Li Zhizhao. Gu Dongqin and the others had witnessed Qin Xiang's battles many times, yet they still could not help but feel jittery in their hearts. Under such rainstorm-like, shocking heaven palm, Li Zhizhao would surely be crippled if not dead. A series of continuous outbursts of shocks and explosions made many young martial artists of kings mainland feel dread. However, some of them were feeling a bit excited, for Qin Xiang was a good opponent in their eyes. After Qin Xiang had struck hundreds of palm, he kicked Li Zhizhao down the stage. Li Zhizhao's entire body, from head to toe, had been attacked by the terrifying, shocking heaven palms. From inside to outside, his entire body was mangled. If it was a huge mountain, perhaps it had long been broken into pieces under such attacks of Qin Xiang. From beginning to the end, Ji Quan had his fist tightly clenched while watching Qin Xiang's brutal attacks. However, all he could do was watch. Fortunately, Qin Xiang had still been lenient, otherwise he would have already killed Li Zhizhao. Regarding this, Ji Quan was unable to say anything, for the king's vain martial artists of King's mainland had treated the martial artists of other mainlands similarly. If he criticized Qin Xiang, the Taik, an S of other mainlands would certainly scold him to death. Chapter 403, Continuous Challenges. Chapter 403, Continuous Challenges. After Qin Xiang won, he quickly jumped off the stage and ran towards the distant Great Hall. He wanted to file a challenge to the guy who was just pushed down from the 50th position, which was about 3,300 points. Everyone could also understand why Qin Xiang was so hasty. It was because Qin Xiang didn't have much time. He only had 2 to 3 days. In this period of time, if he couldn't enter the top 50 due to insufficient points, he would be unable to enter the final round. Qin Xiang quickly arrived at the Great Hall and filed an application to challenge the martial artist with 3,300 points. "I want to challenge Qiu Sheng. Can he accept the challenge now?" Qin Xiang asked an old man. Qiu Sheng was none other than the martial artist with 3,300 points. The old man was a bit perplexed because Qin Xiang had challenged Li Zhizhao not so long ago, and yet he was here challenging Qiu Sheng. Did Qin Xiang win? At this time, a middle-aged man rushed over and told the old man the result of Qin Xiang's match. It greatly astounded the old man because not much time has passed, said from the beginning to the end of the match. In the old man's cognition, Li Zhizhao should not be so weak. "You can challenge Qiu Sheng, but you will need to wait for 2 days." In the first place, he had entered the top 50 and no longer needed to fight, so he is cultivating in seclusion. We will inform him, and if he doesn't come to fight in 2 days, then it will be counted as a forfeit by default. Then his points will be added to yours. The old man, while speaking, quickly updated the list, increasing Qin Xiang point to 1,400. Had Li Zhizhao not been restrained by the water vines cast by Qin Xiang would not have been able to so easily finish the match. Although Li Zhizhao was extremely strong, as Qin Xiang had stated, Li Zhizhao absolutely would not be suppressed if there was not too big of a difference in strength. After Qin Xiang had utilized the divine exercise and the rich black tortoise true qi, the subsequent water vine cast was rather powerful. One should bear in mind that the black tortoise adamantal armor had originally fused with his body, which was a divine armor and would boost Qin Xiang's offense. When Qin Xiang cast the black tortoise divine exercise, his strength was subsequently boosted. When Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming arrived, Qin Xiang's face was brimming with a smile because he just needed to win one more match and he could enter the top 50. "I still have to wait for 2 days, and that is also the deadline. Nevertheless, I will definitely take those 3,300 points at that time. It's best for you to take a rest and maintain your best state for the upcoming battle." Gu Dongqin laughed. Qin Xiang rubbed his chin as though he had just thought of something. He suddenly bent over to the counter and asked the old man who was responsible for the challenges, "Mister, there is still 2 days' time before Qiu Sheng and I fight. I was wondering whether I can challenge others within these 2 days?" The old man raised his head and looked at Qin Xiang with eyes filled with surprise. But of course, he was originally someone in the top 50 and therefore he hadn't prepared for battle. "You are the first to challenge him, which can also be considered as your appointment with him. However, since you have to wait for a long time, you can challenge anyone you like in this period of time." Qin Xiang burst into laughter as he said, "I want to challenge this guy with 100 points. Qin Xiang pointed at a name on the sheet. The old man nodded his head before he quietly sent someone to call the martial artist to come and fight. Wu Kaming and Gu Dongqin glanced at each other before they shook their head while laughing. They realized what Qin Xiang intended to do. At present, Qin Xiang had 1,400 points, and he felt they were still insufficient. Moreover, he also wanted to make a fool of King's mainland. So he began challenging the martial artists with low points. He wanted to heavily injure all these martial artists in these 2 days and eliminate them from the compet. 1 Tian. "Mister, if I am in top 50, can I still fight with Qiu Sheng after 2 days?" Qin Xiang once again asked. "But of course, because that's an appointment. Little guy, you can't underestimate our King's mainland. Although those little rascals are proud and arrogant, they are in no way weak. The old man, of course, knew what Qin Xiang wanted to do. Qin Xiang just smiled. He had decided that in these 2 days while waiting for Qiu Sheng, he would continuously challenge as much as possible and heavily injure some of those Partic. 1. P. Aiding martial artists in order to help Xiao Chou vent his anger. When the spectators came to know that Qin Xiang was only going to fight with the guy that had 3,300 points after 2 days, they began to leave one by one. They were going to wait and only come on that day. Although Qin Xiang was also challenging some other Partic. 1. P. Ants, they believed that it wasn't worth watching. Even the guy who had 1,400 points had been easily defeated by Qin Xiang. Those guys who only had just 100 points would definitely be easier. W.A.N. Ji Quan was burning with hatred in his heart. If he could modify the rules, he would definitely do it. At this instance, no one could challenge Qin Xiang, but Qin Xiang could challenge anyone arbitrarily, and those martial artists with low points would certainly be tortured by Qin Xiang during the match. Li Zhizhao had suffered serious injuries. From head to toe, there wasn't a single part which was in good shape. All the bones in his entire body were broken into pieces, his internal organs were injured from the shock waves. Now he was only hanging by a thread. If some miraculous dawn aren't used, it would be difficult for him to ever heal. Previously, when W.A.N. Ji Quan witnessed the martial artists of the other mainlands being crippled and injured, he would feel happy in his heart. But now, when it was his king's mainland's martial artists' turn to be crippled by others, he felt his heart ache. At this moment, his mood was extremely complex. At the beginning, he believed that by holding the king's martial arts meet, it would allow the disciples of his divine martial palace to torture disciples of the other mainlands. But who would have known that Qin Xiang, this abnormality, would be so strong and pay him back with his own coin? On the martial arts stage, when Qin Xiang looked at his opponent, the expression in his eyes was like that of a wolf that was gazing at a little white rabbit, because his opponent was just in the 9th level of true martial realm. "Let the match begin!" W.A.N. Ji Quan shouted. From the very beginning, Qin Xiang rushed over at an extremely fast pace and raised his hand. He had cast none other than shocking Heaven Palm, and just one palm had made his opponent seriously injured from the shock and was blown away, and 100 points were added to Qin Xiang's. Everyone should bear in mind that the Partic 1. P. Ants of King's mainland had a tacit understanding that the strong will not challenge the weak. But Qin Xiang didn't care, because strong martial artists of the king's mainland dealt with weak martial artists of other mainlands. Qin Xiang was worried that he would quickly enter the top 50, whereupon he would not be able to challenge others. Therefore, he specially challenged the Partic 1. P. Ants with low points. This way, it would be possible for him to heavily injure more martial artists of the king's mainland and eliminate them. Having won the match, Qin Xiang once again at the fastest speed filed a challenge to another martial artist, which made W.A.N. Ji Quan seethe with anger. Qin Xiang was clearly wrecking the event. The entire martial arts stage was laden with dry blood stains, which was the blood spewed by Qin Xiang's opponents. In just one day, Qin Xiang had challenged 10 Partic 1. P. Ants, and all of them were either in the 8th or 9th level of the true martial realm, and facing Qin Xiang they had no other option but to lose, which also evoked the anger of many martial artists of the king's mainland. Whereas, after the martial artists of the other mainlands came to know of this news, felt extremely happy, for Qin Xiang was doing what they always wanted to do, but couldn't do. Late at night, Qin Xiang ran to the hall and continued to file the challenges, for the rules stated that Partic 1. P. Ants can be challenged even at the middle of the night. As Qin Xiang had just stepped into the extreme state, he was energetic like a dragon and fierce like a tiger, and he had nowhere to vent the power in his body, as most of his opponents had been defeated with only a single hit. Thus, he simply didn't need to rest. Chapter 404, Qiu Sheng. Chapter 404, Qiu Sheng Qin Xiang. The blood-vein martial artists of my king's mainland will surely not let you off. In the eyes of my king's mainland, you are nothing but an ant." A young man who was lying flat on the ground and had blood overflowing from his mouth said while clenching his teeth. Chun Xiang coldly smiled and walked over. "An ant? You aren't even a match for an ant like me, and you have the nerve to say this? The blood vein martial artists are blood vein martial artists. Even if they can defeat me, it isn't the slightest related to you. You have been defeated here today. Maybe they will think that you, as someone who is even inferior to an ant, is bringing shame to their king's mainland. You better think over what martial art is." Chun Xiang kicked the young man off the stage. Apart from Li Zhizhao, Chun Xiang had been a lot lenient to his later opponents. However, he let them suffer a bit so that it would be difficult for them to recover within 2 to 3 months. Over these 2 days and nights, Chun Xiang had been challenging the martial artists of the king's mainland, and all his opponents suffered the same fate. They were injured before they were kicked off the stage. At present, Chun Xiang too had 3,300 points. He couldn't remember how many matches he had fought. All he knew that the power seething inside his body wasn't still abated. His palace, Shaun, was still ablaze. Even after continuously fighting for 2 days and nights, Chun Xiang was only resting while waiting for others to arrive. The rest of the time he had always been on the stage. Of course, on the stage, he still didn't take too long to win. What made Chun Xiang feel overwhelmingly flattered was that W.A. and Ji Quan had actually been following him by presiding over the contest over all this time. W.A. and Ji Quan was worried that in his absence, Chun Xiang would start ruthlessly and kill those good seedlings of King's mainland during the match. At present, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chun Xiang had not started as ruthlessly as he had imagined at all, but let the memories of their corresponding match forever etched in their mind. In just a short period of 2 days, Chun Xiang had gone from 1 point to 3,300 points. Such strength was seldom seen even in the king's mainland. Today was the day when Chun Xiang and Qiu Sheng were going to compete. If Qiu Sheng still didn't arrive, Chun Xiang would win Qiu Sheng's 3,300 points and enter the top 50 with a high number of points. Over these 2 days, all the Partic 1P ants were haunted with fear because they were worried Chun Xiang would challenge them. They had seen how brutally Chun Xiang attacked. They didn't want to face Chun Xiang, not even a bit. And when the Partic 1P ants were challenged, a small number of them chose to throw in the towel. Qiu Sheng arrived with a calm smile on his face. He was tall and thin, just like a bamboo pole. Fairly handsome, too. However, his complexion was a bit pale, giving off an impression of a dead man. However, his smile made him quite amiable. Looking at Qiu Sheng, Chun Xiang was somewhat surprised. Qiu Sheng was quite different from his previous opponents because Qiu Sheng was dressed in simple clothing. His long gown was quite clean and was a bit dilapidated too. There weren't any luxurious ornaments or clothing on him from head to toe. Someone like Qiu Sheng, who had 3,300 points and was dressed like this indeed surprised many people. The Taik, and S of other mainlands were whisperingly discussing Chun Xiang's opponent. As Chun Xiang's opponent today was the strongest, the Taik, and S of various mainlands had also arrived to watch. On one hand, they wanted to see as to which step Chun Xiang's strength had reached, while on the other hand, they wanted to look at W.A.N. Ji Quan's complexion. This guy is quite strange. Is he really a blood vein martial artist? Hua Xiangyue said with a frown. He seems to be, however. Why does a blood vein martial artist have so little points? Did he deliberately do this? Lu Menger also found it extremely strange. Many had noticed that Qiu Sheng was a blood vein martial artist. During the time when Qiu Sheng walked up on the stage, Chun Xiang had already discovered the peculiarity. Well, originally I was planning to sleep and let you take my 3,300 points. However, I thought that it won't be bad to fight with Huang Jintian's apprentice. Qiu Sheng sighed and said. Having heard his statement, Chun Xiang was taken by surprise for a moment. Chun Xiang smiled and said, "What I don't understand is why do you have so little points? A blood-vein martial artist should not be like this." Chiu Sheng wryly smiled and said, "No way, I am too lazy. I thought that there wasn't too much time, so I didn't want to move. I have a friend who is also very lazy. However, he is fat, but you don't even have a bit of fat," Qin Xiang said with a laugh. He felt that this Chiu Sheng wasn't too bad. He was completely different from the young martial artists of King's mainland he had encountered before. Chiu Sheng laughed and said, "I think that when he is being lazy, he either eats or sleeps, but when I am being lazy, I will neither eat nor sleep, I will just lie down and won't move. Sometimes I am even too lazy to eat, even when I want to." Qin Xiang was startled. This kind of character was indeed a rare and wonderful existence. He suddenly felt that he could not see through this Chiu Sheng. "To tell you the truth, I obtained these 3,300 points in a fight. If you can make me see what I want to see, I will give them to you," said Chiu Sheng. Chun Xiang's face was laced with doubt as he asked, "What do you want to see?" "I want to see you strongest power," Chiu Sheng said after pondering for a long while. "I am afraid you will need to diligently attack me and force me to attack you with the strongest power." Qin Xiang smiled. "It seems that I can't act lazy." Chiu Sheng smiled. The match had already begun. However, the two, instead of taking any action, were first chatting. Now, both of them felt that the other person was a good guy. "Since Brother Qin have come from afar, I will let you make the first move. I want your all-powerful shocking heaven palm," said Chiu Sheng. Just as his voice faded away, Qin Xiang's shout came. "As you Wisconsin H!" Plus, Qin Xiang swooped over and smacked a palm. His palm was wrapped in an invisible true qi that hacked down like an axe. Meanwhile, Chiu Sheng also fired a punch, greeting Qin Xiang's shocking heaven palm. When the punch and the palm fiercely clashed with each other, the congregation of experts believed that the clash would burst forth with a shock. However, what surprised everyone was not only the ground wasn't shaking, not even a small noise was produced. Qin Xiang's entire face was laced with a huge shock. He hastily retreated. He got far away from Chiu Sheng. The shocking heaven palm he had smacked a moment ago was quite strong. However, when it came in contact with Chiu Sheng's punch, its power disappeared just like a stone sinking in an ocean, seemingly sucked away. What the hell happened? Did you notice anything? Chun Xiang asked Su Meiyao and the others. The spectating experts around the stage also burst into a discussion regarding the method used by Chiu Sheng. And Ji Quan's face was beaming with smiles. He laughed and said to Gu Dongqin, "I think your young martial uncle is going to be stopped here. Chiu Sheng has a special power no matter what kind of attacks. TS him, they would all be negated and would transform into spirit qi that will diffuse into the air." Gu Dongqin dismissively said, "This is just the beginning. Who knows what will happen in the end?" Neither Su Meiyao, nor Bai Yuyu, or Long Xue replied to Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang once again started attacking. He punched at Chiu Sheng, while each punch metamorphosed into a white tiger's head as countless shadows of punches filled the sky and madly attacked towards Chiu Sheng. However, Chiu Sheng just faintly smiled as a layer of gray light HI plus ELD appeared over his body. After Qin Xiang's punches landed on the light HI plus ELD, he felt that all his power had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 405, Dark Power. Chapter 405. Dark Power. When Qin Xiang discovered that his attacks weren't working, he retreated back by 10 steps as he looked at Chiu Sheng with a solemn look. He knew that Chiu Sheng had some kinds of means through which he could absorb the strength of his techniques, and was thinking of countermeasures to deal with that, otherwise he would definitely lose this match. Water Vine. Just as Chun Xiang released those water vines, they disappeared. To his dismay, he couldn't even use them. Chiu Sheng just looked at him with a happy smile. "Brother Qin, is that all you got?" Having said that, Chiu Sheng's figure instantly flickered before he arrived next to Qin Xiang and brandished a punch, striking upon Qin Xiang's cheek. His punch was terrifyingly fast. To Qin Xiang's dismay, he wasn't even able to gauge his actions. The punch heavily landed on Qin Xiang's cheek, yet he didn't fly out but retreated a few steps. There wasn't even a bruise over his face. Evidently, he had not suffered any grave injuries at all. This time, it was Qiu Sheng's turn to be surprised. The punch he had just fired wasn't weak at all. Furthermore, after the punch struck, Qin Xiang couldn't resist with any true qi whatsoever, as he had the ability to disintegrate any true qi there was. However, Qin Xiang just retreated a few steps. Such a powerful impact had just made him retreat. Qin Xiang touched his face as he slightly smiled. That's all you got too? It seems you cannot use true qi as well, because once true qi comes in contact with you, it will all be melted away. Am I right? Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had not sensed any particular characteristics of true qi, but he did sense a strange power. This power was quite strong, but it wasn't true qi. Qin Xiang reckoned that this power was what decomposed the true qi. Oh, you noticed? That's right. I can't utilize true qi. However, I have another kind of power. This power can allow me to congeal my true qi in a powerful disintegrating power, as well as allow me to have powerful strength, said Qiu Sheng. Qin Xiang once again charged towards Qiu Sheng. His speed was still very fast, and he had gathered universe true qi on his leg so that he could run at faster speed. Watching Qin Xiang charging at him the second time, Qiu Sheng shook his head and said, "No need. You better come up with your strongest attack. I want to disintegrate your strongest true qi attack." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Xiang had already jumped over and raised his fist and punched fiercely as amaze. H.I. plussing upon Qiu Sheng's cheek. Bang! After Qin Xiang's punch landed upon Qiu Sheng's cheek, it burst forth with a bone-cracking sound while Qiu Sheng flew to one side. Qiu Sheng was aghast. He felt a few of his teeth break. Qin Xiang's punch was quite strong, which he found difficult to believe. However, soon he thought of another possibility. What Qin Xiang used was physical strength. Qin Xiang's physique was extremely strong. At the same level of cultivation, he was unbeatable. He cultivated the suppressing devil divine exercise. After attaining the suppressing devil golden body, his immortal and devil body had soared to the 10th level. And when he stepped into the extreme state, that vigorous ability had undergone baptism, while the suppressing devil golden body had advanced by 3 levels, and now his immortal and devil body was at 13th level. Hey, don't underestimate me, Qin Xiang said with a laugh. He rushed at quick speed as he quickly made a charge and burst forth with powerful momentum, which through his punch turned into a powerful strength. Qin Xiang had noticed that Qiu Sheng had a weak physique because Qiu Sheng was quite thin. He reckoned that it was the result of cultivating that strange power. Thus, in regards to the physique, Qiu Sheng was far inferior to Qin Xiang. As Qin Xiang attacked again, Qiu Sheng immediately tried to jump, but just as he wanted to dodge Qin Xiang's punch, when Qin Xiang's punch had still not landed, Qin Xiang opened his mouth to roar as an azure aura spewed out from his mouth, along with an ear-piercing dragon roar that directly shook Qiu Sheng's mind, making him feel a slight headache. Azure dragon roar was created with true qi. Once it came in contact with Qiu Sheng, it dissipated and disappeared, but it also caused a spirit attack which slowed Qiu Sheng down a bit. Taking advantage of the moment when Qiu Sheng was in a trance, Qin Xiang fiercely punched, and his fist directly landed upon Qiu Sheng's nose before he quickly punched again, and all of them landed dead right upon Qiu Sheng's head. Whenever Qin Xiang punched, he would gather a large amount of true qi in his arm, which would in turn promote his punching speed and the momentum carried, so that his punch was not only faster, it was stronger as well, causing the punch to have a fearsome power. Qin Xiang's punch didn't have any true qi. It just contained a terrifying momentum, which when landed upon Qiu Sheng's thin and weak face, caused very serious injuries. Just a while ago, when everyone was still discussing on how to deal with Qiu Sheng's mysterious disintegrating method, They got to witness how Qin Xiang rendered Qiu Sheng with just his physical strength, unable to fight back. As long as one could avoid true qi contact with Qiu Sheng, anyone could attack Qiu Sheng. Indeed, it was a good method. However, the premise was that one had a powerful physique. Originally, Qin Xiang has fallen leeward, but he had turned the situation around very quickly. Everyone incessantly praised Qin Xiang's rich experience, that he found a suitable way to deal with the enemy so quickly. Having had his head fiercely beaten by Qin Xiang's mad punches, Qiu Sheng burst into fury and suddenly roared as a gray light flashed. Whereupon, a light gray thing was congealed over his fists, giving off the impression of a light gray glove. Qiu Sheng's powerful punch landed upon Qin Xiang's chest, which made Qin Xiang fly back. Had it not for Qin Xiang bursting forth with true qi to stabilize himself, perhaps he would have been flown off the stage. Puff! Qin Xiang spat a mouthful of blood as he gazed at Qiu Sheng. Whereas both of Qiu Sheng's hands seemed to be completely wrapped in gray, which was exuding a kind of bizarre power, making Qin Xiang incessantly shocked. Qiu Sheng's face had been battered black and blue. Yet he didn't get angry. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "For so many years, you are the first who had made me like this. Even if you won't unleash your strongest power to attack me, I will use my strongest attack to defeat you. You can come any time." Qin Xiang slightly smiled, without a sliver of fear whatsoever. Qiu Sheng's figure flickered before he swooped over. The smile on Qin Xiang's face suddenly disappeared, because Qiu Sheng's punch had already landed upon his face ruthlessly. After he was hit, the punch also burst forth with an explosion, making his ear ring with a buzzing noise and eyes blurry. He was hit with a terrifying headache. Just as the left side of his face was attacked, the right side of his face was soon hit also. Just a moment ago, as Qin Xiang had attacked Qiu Sheng was attacking Qin Xiang in a similar way. However, his attacks were a lot more powerful as compared to that of Qin Xiang's. Just after 10 punches, Qin Xiang's consciousness was blurry, seemingly about to faint. The power this guy is using is called dark power. He should have a dark vein, through which he is able to cultivate dark power. Certainly, someone must have guided him in cultivation, or else he would have been unable to arrive at this step. If the person cultivating dark power deviated from the course, it could quite possibly lead him to his own death. It is very dangerous. Su Meiyao finally spoke. People who have dark veins are quite rare. This is a very extraordinary pulse, which can congeal dark power by absorbing spirit qi. What makes it the strongest is that it can disintegrate true qi, turning the true qi back to its most primeval state before it is absorbed by the dark power user. Bai Yu said, Qin Xiang was already beaten to the point that he could not fight back. The offense of his opponent was simply too fierce. Not to mention, he couldn't even use his true qi, not even the slightest. Chapter 406, Strongest Power. Chapter 406, Strongest Power. Sisters, you finally answered. Quickly think of a way I'm going to lose. Qin Xiang cried in his heart. We were meditating. Therefore, we couldn't immediately answer you. Your opponent's dark energy is bad news. Let us think again. Honestly speaking, it is also our first time seeing someone use dark energy. We had only heard it before. Su Meiyao was also very worried. At this moment, Long Shui yawned, laughed. How troublesome is this? Tell you what, these people who cultivate dark energy are all an arrogant bunch. Many powerful figures will tend to avoid upon meeting them. Even those who are more powerful than them would not want to slight them. But our royal dragon clan one is not afraid at all. Qin Xiang scolded softly, so Little Dragon too was sleeping. Quickly tell me how to fight them. Mix your magic into your true qi, and the dark energy will not be able to do anything. This is why this kind of person only can beg for forgiveness when meeting my royal dragon clan. Mix your magic into your true qi and just punch him. said Long Shui. Qinxiang followed exactly, activating the magic within his conscious, mixing it with his true qi and shooting out from his arms. It looked like he roared, both arms suddenly turn ablaze. Two red like hot metal like fists shot out at the same time. One at the top, one at bottom, hitting Qiusheng's chest and stomach, quickly punching away Qiusheng. Qinxiang wiped the blood trace from the corner of his mouth, his whole face swelling. He got abused by Qiusheng harshly. Yingmong Air and Hua Xiangyu was originally very worried about Qinxiang. They wanted to use divine sense to persuade Qinxiang to give up, otherwise it would be serious if he got crippled. Other strong warriors who saw Qinxiang got beat up like that thought that it would be hard to retaliate, but now Qiusheng instead got beaten by Qinxiang, while using Jinqi nonetheless. The whole crowd was silent, even the big mouth, W.A.N. Ji Kuan-yi, was staring at Qinxiang's pair of red fists. How is this possible? Jinqi should not able to hit Qiusheng. W.A.N. Ji Kuan muttered to himself. Qiusheng was the involved party. The most shocked was also him. Ever since he cultivated dark energy, only nirvana-level Jinqi can suppress him. Otherwise, upon touching his body, it will be dissolved by his body's dark energy, turning it into its original state, either getting dissipated or absorbed into his body. But when Qinxiang used Jinqi to punch him, it was the first time he was hurt by Jinqi over so many years. That was a kind of hot energy. His body spot that got hit was like a red-hot metal, giving a stinging pain. Qiusheng crawled up, creased his brows, and asked, "How did you do that?" Qinxiang smiled without replying him. "I will tell you only if you can beat me. Didn't you always want to see my strongest state? I'll show you now." Upon hearing Qiusheng was serious, he quickly circulated his dark energy within his body. Now his body was covered by a gray cover. "Come, just now was just my mistake. This time I'm going to dissolve your strongest attack." Qiusheng was very confident. This is because he is very confident about his dark energy. This was not him being proud. This was what he learned from sparring over the years. Qinxiang hesitated. "I'm worried I might beat you to death. I don't hate you. I just want to make you lose, not having you carry a serious injury when you leave the stage." Qiusheng laughed. "Just come at me. If I really died under your strongest attack, I won't blame you. It's fine if you cripple me, as it is better than being dead. If it really did happen, it will be because I'm weak." The crowd can see that both Qinxiang and Qiusheng are the type that enjoys sparring. Even if they were defeated or crippled, they will not blame the opponent. Unlike Qinxiang's previous opponents, who were arrogant the moment they stepped on stage, wanting to step on Qinxiang like an ant immediately. Qinxiang's strongest power, what could it be? The crows was also very curious. Although Qiusheng is a blood warrior, 3, but he did not cultivate Jinqi, thus it was difficult to determine his overall strength. Furthermore, he cultivates an unusual energy. It was able to dissolve others' Jinqi. This caused others to be unable to determine Qiusheng's true strength. Qinxiang held out his fist, and faint white rays suddenly came out from his fist. At the same time, the whole floor started to slightly shake. Qiusheng at that point in time had a face full of horror. His body got pressured by the energy from Qinxiang's fist until he had to retreat. The strong warriors in the crowd also had faces full of horror. This kind of energy was something that most of them knew of. It was even unforgettable to some, because they were defeated by Huang Mintian using this kind of energy. Dragon Force. The energy strong enough to kill a dragon. Qinxiang originally was only able to gather up a small ball of it, but after reaching the extreme realm, was able to cover his whole arm. Upon Unli's H.I. plussing the dragon force, it gave out an energy storm, swept towards the surrounding. Many who came forward to watch was at martial stage, but was still being pushed away repeatedly by this gush of energy. Only those at nirvana level and those at the extreme realm could still stand. Not bad, this kid can use this kind of energy at this time. Gu Dongchen marveled. He's experienced this kind of energy's prowess. His teacher used to always use this kind of energy to hit him. W.A.N.G. Quan face ashen. Didn't Huang Jintian, that crazy old fellow, say, only those who are at extreme realm can gather this kind of energy? Qiu Xing didn't know what kind of energy was that, but he was very excited because Chan Xiang didn't lie to him. This type of energy was really strong. If he knew what kind of energy this is, he might not be able to continue on. Very strong, but it is made from true qi. Qiu Sheng smilingly said, as long as it is Jin Qi, I can dissolve it. Ji Quan originally wanted to stop Qiu Sheng, but after hearing what Qiu Sheng had said, he also wanted to have a look whether Qiu Sheng's cultivation on dark energy is able to dissolve this dragon force. If it can be dissolved, then Qiu Sheng would be able to defeat Qin Xiang. This was a good thing. Long Xueling said in disdain, add magic and send the guy flying. People who uses dark energy are the worst. Qin Xiang smirked and sped forwards. This was his first time using dragon force to hit someone. Furthermore, the opponent was standing there letting him hit. This kind of good thing doesn't come by often. The ground was constantly shaking. This was because the dragon force was too strong, along with Qin Xiang darting in. Dragon force received a violent turbulence, making the ground shake more violently. Goodbye! While Qin Xiang was running in, he smiled faintly. What? Qiu Sheng just finished saying this word, when Qin Xiang's fist that contained strong dragon force like a flash of white light hits Qiu Sheng in the chest. The crowd only saw blood spewing out like arrow from Qiu Sheng's mouth with a xiu sound. Qiu Sheng was sent flying by that terrifying energy, instantly sank into the distant white cloud, disappearing. Ji Quan was stunned for a moment and also instantly disappeared from there, chased towards the direction that Qiu Sheng was sent flying. Hey, you haven't announced that I have won. Qin Xiang shouted with a grin. Qiu Sheng was sent flying with a single punch. This kind of power made everyone who saw it suck in a breath of cold air. Qiu Sheng was sent flying with a single punch. This kind of power made everyone who saw it suck in a breath of cold air. The draconic strength was very strong, but everyone knew that it was very difficult to cultivate it because one had to have the 5 elements, and the body had to be strong enough, and the condensed innate qi had to be strong enough. Even though it was said that way, many people still wanted to obtain the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu, but now they could no longer ask Qin Xiang for it because otherwise it would be unethical. Qin Xiang allowed them to obtain the martial arts left behind by the old ancestor, which in itself was a kindness to them. How could they, who stood at the peak of power in the mortal realm, not show grat? One-tude? Qin Xiang originally had 3,300 points, and adding Qiu Sheng's 3,300 points, it would be 6,600 points. He was currently ranked 10th. There was still half a day before the end. In this half a day, he would definitely not be pushed down. In just a short 2.5 days, Qin Xiang had leapt to 10th place. It should be known that the people who were ranked at the top in terms of rankings had to experience many battles before when the rules were incomplete in order for them to obtain a lot of points. But now, Qin Xiang had obtained this ranking in less than 3 days. This was because Qin Xiang was not someone from above Continent of the King, and having obtained such a good rank, the warriors on Continent of the King would definitely feel uncomfortable. The ranking compet 1 tie-in of 50 points and below had already finished, and all of them had been eliminated, making it impossible for them to proceed with the later stages. The person who had just squeezed into the top 50 was even more depressed, because not long after he squeezed in, he was pushed out. Qin Xiang waited for less than an hour before Ji Quan returned. Elder Ji, he didn't die, right? Qin Xiang asked with concern. He's not dead, but he's severely injured. He'll have to lie down for at least a month. Ji Quan shook his head and sighed, then carried Qiu Sheng and left. At this time, Gu Dongqin patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and laughed. Junior Master, it is not difficult for you to get first place. I did not expect you to be able to use the draconic strength now. My master had told me before that he could only use it when he is at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Qin Xiang laughed. I wonder what a next pa S is? If only I had kept on competing, I think that continent of the king would have gotten more stuff out and thought of ways to eliminate me. Wu Kaming laughed. It's very possible, but Junior Marshal Uncle, you should be able to handle it. Of course you can. I'm in the top 50, so you guys should have some sort of reaction, right? Chun Xiang looked at Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming. Fine, I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Dongqin felt like he lost a piece of meat. I have to call Xiao Dao, Zhu Rong, and the rest over. They did not see my compet. 1. Taiyan, they must be complaining. Zhu Rong was the prink. 1. P. Al of the martial arts school. He had once invited Zhu Rong and the others to a meal. That time, Zhu Rong and the others had eaten a lot of his spar without mercy. After returning to the Taiwu sect, Qin Xiang immediately went to find Yun Xiaodao's group and followed Gu Dongqin to the hotel. Along the way, he bragged and talked about how he had beaten the warriors above the continent of the king. Chao's injuries had healed by a lot, and even though he was small, he was not sloppy when it came to eating. It was difficult for Gu Dongqin to understand how his small stomach could hold so many things. As they ate, Qin Xiang and the others did not say a word. As if they were hungry ghosts reincarnated, they desperately swallowed all kinds of expensive dishes. These dishes were not made from some precious and strange flowers or herbs, but rather some delicious demon beast meat and spirit beast meat. Wu Qianqian did not come because Chun Xiang could not find her. Although she was a woman, after staying with Qin Xiang and the others for a long time, every time she came to the hotel, she would wolf down her food like Qin Xiang and the others, not looking like a lady at all. Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming were standing at the side, while Wu Kaming was watching with a smile on his face, but Gu Dongqin was secretly calculating how much Qin Xiang and the others had eaten. Lei Xionglin and Lei Zhong were both big guys, and they had been specialized in food for a long time, so they had a lot of experience in eating. Lian Mingdong was born in a rich place like the Lotus Island, so he would definitely eat all kinds of delicacies. After all, the Taiwu sect was treating them to a meal, so of course they wouldn't be polite. Only Hao Dongqing and Yao Haixing kept a low profile. When they were almost done eating, they watched from the side. Eat as much as you want, everyone. Eat him until he faints in the sky, until the seas dry up and rocks shatter. Ha ha. Chun Xiang chewed on the demon beast meat and laughed. Seeing Gu Dongqin's stingy expression, he was extremely excited. 3 days and 3 nights had Pa said. Chun Xiang and the others could not remember how many dishes and how much wine they had ordered. It's about time, let's settle the bill. Qin Xiang laughed. They were all powerful warriors and could quickly convert delicious food into energy when they ate. Qin Xiang and the rest left quickly, but Gu Dongqin wanted to pay the bill. Although he was a sect leader, he did not have the right to buy any debts, and he often ate here, so he was extremely familiar with the shopkeeper. At this time, he could only take out the spar as painfully. I say, senior brother, you're too stingy, aren't you? It's just a little spar. Wu Kaming was speechless. What do you know? The so-called little by little is more than a huge number. I really want to quickly ascend to Heaven Realm and be targeted by this junior master all day long. You don't know how much trouble this is. Gu Dongqin sighed. The next Pa S started 10 days later. Qin Xiang had 10 days of rest. In these 10 days he was not idle. He condensed a large number of golden dragon cohesion S to grow them, because he had reached the ultimate realm. So the effects of 5 elements true essence pill were much less compared to him. This was also the part where he was troubled about. When his cultivation level increased, the pills he ate would also have to follow. Thus he had to refine a middle-grade, profound level pellet to replace them. He still had to stay at the early stage of the spiritual martial realm for a while, and during this period of time he planned to collect the ingredients for the middle-grade, profound level pills. The quality of your golden dragon cohesion has increased by a lot. In the future, you'll need to mature medicinal herbs a lot faster. Sumeyao said. Chun Xiang was currently considering how to use the large number of foundation building pill that he had mastered. If used correctly, a granulo-building foundation pill could create a genuine martial realm ranker. He had more than 200 of them, and he also had a large number of herbs. Cultivate your own faction. If you have such thoughts, I will help you create a training plan to nurture an army of genuine martial realm, especially when facing the little demoness of great war between 3 realms in the future. This army will have a great deal of lethality. By Yu said, Chapter 408, Golden Lion Eagle. Chapter 408, Golden Lion Eagle. No one knew when did the 3 Great Realm War started. But Chen Xiang could tell from the Elder Master's upper head that there is still a period of time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be nurturing disciples calmly. For example, Gudongqin, he bought quite a big amount of foundation pills from Chen Xiang already. Chen Xiang planned to nurture a team of true warriors. Consisting of around 100 men, he was only planning now. He need to collect better spirit ingredients to refine better pills after the end of King's martial arts compet. 1. Taiyan, at that time he will also need to rely on better pills rather than just foundation pills. 10 days of rest pass. Said very quickly. Qin Xiang followed Gu Dongqin, and Wu came to King's Continent 1 day earlier. Currently Qin Xiang is inside a city in King's Continent. He have not visited other places in King's Continent. He also did not dare to walk around by himself to avoid trouble. Qin Xiang arrived at a luxurious hall. There was 49 other King's Continent warriors inside. Qin Xiang recognized a few of them. It was those who always follows W.A.N. Ji Quan around. Chen Xiang guessed that their points are also very high. Seeing Chen Xiang arriving, those 40-plus young disciple all looked towards Qin Xiang. This made Qin Xiang felt weird as he realized that he looked like a rabbit being targeted by a group of wolves. Within the group of 49 young disciple, there was 10-plus ladies, and Chen Xiang didn't know that King's Continent ladies were so powerful that so many made it in the top 50. Okay, I'll announce the info about the next stage. This is a test to test you guys. This stage focuses on speed, and those who makes it to the appointed destination wins. W.A.N. Ji Quan said upon hearing. Qin Xiang laughed in his heart. He partook. 1. P. Aided in a speed compet. 1. Taiyan hosted by Tai Wu clan before, and he directly used Zhu K Flame Eagle to fly, achieving first. So right now he could also use this again. Let me explain the rules. On the way to the destination, there should not be any conflicts and blocking of others to proceed. Also, the road to the destination are filled with obstacles. For example, spirit beasts raised by us will attack and stop you. Or spirit warrior in extreme realm disciples will also try to stop you. You will need to defeat them to continue forward. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also shake them off while W.A.N. Ji Quan is explaining the rules. Qin Xiang saw W.A.N. Ji Quan's look and scolded in his heart. He guessed that W.A.N. Ji Quan will definitely take special care of him. At that time, there would probably be a lot of things to block him from continuing. Can we fly? Asked a lady timidly. You can fly, but traveling in air is more dangerous. You guys should be aware that our spirit hall has raised a bunch of golden lion eagles. Although they are only grade 9th ping stage spirit beasts, but when they group up, it is even dangerous for those at extreme realm W. And Ji Quan said, Qin Xiang isn't afraid of these things at all, and he even planned to see what the legendary golden lion eagles are like. From books that he had read, it is said that this spirit beast had the body of a tiger, wings of an eagle, claws of an eagle, eye of an eagle, a beak for a mouth, and a body of a horse with adamantine feathers, but it is very light, and its flying speed was also very fast. When they group up, they were like the overlord of the sky. Upon hearing that they will be intercepted by golden tiger eagles, everyone was slightly surprised. They all knew what the result would be if they were to meet with groups of thousands of golden tiger eagles. Thousands of golden tiger eagles? Qin Xiang was shocked when overheard this from the soft discussions made by Spirit Hall disciples. Golden tiger eagles? This kind of things cannot evolve at all. It will forever stay at spirit beast realm and never make it to a Baishen beast. Long Shuling laughed in disdain. Just then, W.A.N. Ji Quan shouted, I'll give you 1 more hour to prepare. Now I will give you all a map. Once you reach there, all you have to do is knock on the big bell there, and it will count as you have reached there. Only the first 20 can proceed to next stage. The others will be eliminated. Qin Xiang held onto a map. Both Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming frowned when they saw that the destination was very far and they need to cross multiple mountains and huge rivers to reach It. That's as almost half of the king's continent. It would take at least a year using a normal steed to get there. Said Wu Keiming, even riding a steed takes 1 year. Qin Xiang exclaimed, King's continent sure is big. I wonder how long would it take to reach there with my current speed? Qin Xiang continued to look at the map, as he would definitely be flying in the sky, so he had no need to know the situations at the ground. Little martial uncle, those golden tiger eagle speed is very fast. You would probably get caught up even if you used the flame eagle, said Wu Keiming. Qin Xiang laughed. You have belittled me. I have confidence in my speed. Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin shook their heads, as they did not have a lot of understanding towards Qin Xiang's speed. Long Shuling gave a charming humph and said, Relax, I dare to say that those things that cannot even evolve won't be faster than you. You baddie, didn't you say that you wanted to build a batch of true warrior army? Shouldn't you need a sort of ride? Qin Xiang's flinched, saying army? That uses too much resource, I can't afford it. About 100 men is enough. Che, only 100 men? You have to have at least 3,000. That should be imposing enough. I believe you can do it. Long Shuling laughed. 3,000 true warrior. It definitely is imposing enough, but that would not only need mere 3,000 foundation pills, but also help of other pills. But the strength of stage 1 or 2 true warrior is not enough. Qin Xiang believed that they should be at least at true warrior stage 3. If you promise me to make 3,000 true warrior forces, I will bring you to find golden flying tiger. It is much better than those mixed-bred lion eagles. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Bai who Bai Zhenjin's delicate voice sounded. Master, what Long Jiji said is true. Golden flying tiger can become a Xian beast, and it is easier to tame than those lion eagles, but it is very rare and very less in amount. There is no need to worry about the amount. Leave it to me. Long Shuling smiled. Qin Xiang gave out a bitter laugh. Army of 3,000 men. I'm afraid that I don't have enough time. It will need a lot of foundation pills and good seedlings to make it happen. There will definitely be enough time. The 3 Great Realm War won't start any time soon. Even though there is a crack, judging from those factions that let out the news, they definitely think that there is still time for them to prepare, said Su Meiyao. Qin Xiang sighed. All right, I'll try my best to plant more ingredient for foundation pill. Resting time is over. Qin Xiang and group were brought to the square. They will start racing from here to the distant finest. Plussing line. Chapter 409, Blue Blood Race. Chapter 409, Blue Blood Race. W.A.N. Ji Quan shouted, Begin! The 50 young warriors immediately shot out like arrows, and in a few blinks of an eye, they ran out of Divine Martial Hall's plaza's entrance, running through the streets and alleys, and disappeared from sight. Go to the finish line and wait for them, W.A.N. Ji Quan said. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming also nodded their heads. Many of the big heads from other continents were originally here, but after knowing that it was a boring compet, Taiyan, they all left. They only wanted to see the compet. Taiyan, especially the compet. Taiyan, because they wanted to see the beauty of the Taiji, dragon-suppressed kung fu. Just as W.A.N. Ji Quan and the rest were about to reach the finish line, they sensed a faint wave of heat being suddenly used up in the distance. They immediately turned to look, only to see a ball of fiery red light appear there. This kid really did it. Gu Dongqin shook his head and laughed. Humph, this is courting death. W.A.N. Ji Quan humphed and disappeared. When Shen Xiang left the city, he immediately released the Suzaku Fire Wing. He could now make the Suzaku Fire Wing appear very big, but it was not necessary because it was not agile enough. Furthermore, it consumed a lot of energy. Even so, his Suzaku Fire Wing was now 60 meters wide, and looking at it from afar, it was extremely scary. Furthermore, that scorching aura also made people uncomfortable. Xin Xiang flapped his wings, and he immediately turned into a ray of fiery red light, flying into the clouds. Originally, his speed was extremely fast, and many people were behind him. But now that he saw Shen Xiang flying high in the sky at such a terrifying speed, he was extremely jealous. Haha, I'm leaving first. Please do not lose to this outsider. A cute and beautiful girl in a blue dress laughed. A pair of light blue wings appeared behind her back, looking like the wings of a butterfly. After the young lady flapped her little wings, she entered the forest. She was extremely agile as she shuttled back and forth. She even let out clear laughter and excited cries. This young lady was the one who had asked if she could fly. As the girl's voice faded away, everyone knew that they had been left far behind. Now that they were outside the city, they could all use their fastest speed to charge towards their target. Some people were like a mad bull, rampaging through the forest. Many trees were hit, but this person's speed was extremely fast. In just a split second, many trees in the forest fell. Xin Xiang was flying high in the sky, and naturally didn't know about the intense combat. Tie-in happening below. Right now, he was the fastest. Every flap of his wings allowed him to leap a large distance, and when he had glided to the peak, he flapped his wings again, easily and gracefully, like a hawk in the sky. This is great. Hurry up and show yourself that diamond eagle, or else it will be very boring. Xin Xiang laughed leisurely. Hey, are you an idiot? A woman's voice sounded, startling Xin Xiang. Shen Xiang turned his head to look, only to see a girl in a blue dress standing beside him. He remembered that this girl was the one that had quietly asked W.A. and Ji Quan if he could fly. The pair of translucent wings on the back of the girl in the blue dress fluttered extremely quickly, not gliding like Xin Xiang's. Her pair of wings would release a light blue glow when it fluttered, making her look extremely beautiful. You're the idiot. Xin Xiang laughed and said, the girl was extremely cute, with a beautiful oval face, cherry lips slightly pursed, and a pair of large eyes that shone with a curious light as she stared at Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang realized that there was a trace of a blue aurora in the girl's eyes, but her eyes were black. Why am I an idiot? You're the idiot, flying so high. The girl stuck out her tongue. Seeing that half of her tongue was cute, Xin Xiang had the urge to grab it. Xin Xiang laughed. When you talk to an idiot like me, it means that you are crazy. Besides, no matter how high you fly, you are still an idiot. You are an idiot among idiots. Haha, you big idiot. Unexpectedly, the young girl wasn't angry. She only humphed tenderly and said, this person flew up to warn you out of good intentions. But you actually don't recognize his kind heart. Xin Xiang was startled, then laughed. Hee, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, miss. But who told you to ask me if I'm an idiot from the very beginning? The young girl revealed a smile that was extremely charming. This is the first time someone has addressed me as miss. Little fellow, in my eyes, you are just a little bird that just broke its sh-ell. Shen Xiang once again sized up this girl. He discovered that other than her chest that was so big that it didn't make sense, she was basically a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Then, Auntie, how old are you this year? Don't you find it boring to hang around with us little fellows? Xin Xiang mocked. Big sister, I'm over 500 years old. Your master is very knowledgeable, but didn't he tell you that there is an ancient clan on top of continent of the king? The girl played with her hair as she flew. Shan Xiang immediately flipped through the memories in his mind. Soon enough, he recalled Huang Jintian saying before that there was a race in the continent of the king that was not too old, and was even pregnant for 500 years. After birth, they would already have the power of genuine martial realm. Blue blood race. If the girl didn't mention it, he wouldn't have thought of it. Your master is the person who once defeated the strongest person in our blue blood race. So, I have to defeat you. Do not look down on me. I also have the mortal king's bloodline. My bloodline is a special bloodline. The girl smiled and said, Don't worry. I will show mercy at that time. Shenxiang suddenly thought of the name that was ranked third on the ranking board. Your name is Lon Lon? I am the Lon Lon who can't grow up. Ever since I was born, I've lived for 25 years and am still this brat. I will never grow up again, the young girl said somewhat vexedly. Shenxiang thought that this girl was very interesting and laughed. Lon Lon, Hercules is also like this, don't worry. Lon Lon shook her head. No, us blue blood race and the freaks of Hercules are different. We are like normal people. We will grow up when we deserve to. I won't waste any more time with you. I'll be leaving first. Lon Lon stuck out his tongue at Shenxiang, made a mischievous face, then dove down, instantly increased his speed, and quickly left Shenxiang behind. Seeing Lon Lon's speed, Shenxiang was stunned. This little girl is also a freak, and it's even a guy who pretends to be young. Shenxiang said to Long Shui. Long Shui, who was following him, was a super old guy, pretending to be a little girl. It was very dangerous in the air. Shenxiang knew it very quickly because he sensed that there were a few extremely strong auras in front, all of them from Ultimate Realm. Chapter 410, Fire Lightning Wings. Chapter 410. Fire lightning wings. Shenxiang flew so high to avoid being blocked by others. But he never thought that there would be people waiting in the sky for him. Are these guys waiting for me? How did they know that I will go pa S here? Although Shenxiang felt suspicious, but he wasn't worried. Just charge through them. They should be using talismans to communicate to allow them to prepare. Who asked you to have such an eye-catching pair of wings? If you were like the brat just now, it would be hard to discover you. Long Shuling said. Shenxiang's wings suddenly increased its size by 1-fold, allowing the wings to be more powerful, hence the speed increased. There was indeed 6 persons floating in the sky in front waiting for him. Shenxiang could tell that they used quite a bit of energy to allow their bodies to float from the aura they released. If they were to fight, they will definitely lose to Shenxiang, and their motive for being here was just to delay time, making Shenxiang slower than King's continent disciples, finally making him lose the compet. 1 Tian. As expected that Ji Quan cheated. All is good. I can let him know that Shenxiang isn't someone easy to bully. Shenxiang was slightly furious in his heart. His wings suddenly shone with a bright golden light, making him look like he turned into a golden eagle, only that the light given out is mixed with red and gold instead. This is what happened when Shenxiang merged fire true qi and metal true qi. He was very proficient in controlling the true qi within his body and very flexible in using it, so doing this merger wasn't very hard. Those 6 extreme realm warriors all had a bad feeling after seeing Shenxiang's huge golden eagle wings. Shenxiang's wings was very big. When stretched, it can reach tens of zhang. Looking very shocking, it makes people think that it was a Pacific huge bird, and those golden eagle wings looks like it contains a very horrifying power. It's coming, said Big Guy with a dignified face. At this point, he wanted to run because he knew that the wings that are currently charging towards will surely bring about a very strong impact force. Can't stop it! Quick run! One person shouted. The distance between Shenxiang and them aren't very big, but seeing Shenxiang's posture, they all knew that it won't be long before colliding with Shenxiang, and it looks like Shenxiang intentionally charged towards them. Shenxiang laughed loudly. You guys don't have the chance anymore. Suddenly his pair of wings wreathed with soul-stirring electric glow, allowing his speed to increase multiple folds. I'll bang you to death, shouted Shenxiang, showing off his golden wings that is filled with powerful electric snakes, and Shenxiang's body leaks out waves of golden light, bringing about incredibly towering killing pressure, like a furious dragon with wings. In an instant, Shenxiang already went past where the 6 of them were at. While charging through, there were a lot of heaven-shaking thunder cries along with those people's pitiful yells resounding throughout the area. Shenxiang was able to feel the 6th person getting hit by the horrifying wings. His wings had energy of metal, fire, and lightning. When it exploded at the same time, the strength was very big, adding on the speed of impact, the strength will multiple higher. With Chen Xiang's impact, he didn't know what happened to those 6 people as he had gone far away from that place. He also didn't care whether those people lived or died as he did not attack at all. What he did was very normal. He was just charging through. Chen Xiang is currently high up in the clouds, very far away from the ground. If people extreme realm fell from this height, the consequence would be very serious. They won't die, but it would definitely result in serious injury. His wings once again restored his wings to vermilion bird fire wings. Although the speed was very fast just now, it also taxing to maintain, because he still didn't know how long he would need to fly to reach the destination, and there would definitely have more obstructions in front, so he had to save some energy for it. It's that brat. Long Shuling said. Qin Xiang saw a young girl flying around the clouds, exuding strings of clear laughter, playing like a child. When she saw Qin Xiang, she flew towards him and flew together. I'm so bored. If your speed is faster, we could fly together to the destination. Lan Lan pouted while saying. Unexpectedly, she was waiting for Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. I had to defeat 6 people who were blocking me. Haven't they blocked you? Lan Lan laughed. Of course not. Why would they block me? Qin Xiang felt more depressed. That's it. Your king's continent is blatantly bullying foreigners, aiming me purposely. Who asked you to be so powerful, making us lose face? Of course we would aim you, Lan Lan laughed. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Although he knew that this was not fair, he did not care. Besides, this could be considered a test of his strength. To him, this wasn't so bad at all. Why were you waiting for me? Wouldn't it be over if you fly to destination first? Qin Xiang raised his head and looked at Lan Lan, who was flying above. This look could really kill, because he can see Lan Lan and her chest that doesn't tally up with her appearance. Even through the blue dress, it still looked very big. This made him think of the legend about having a childish look and huge. Brat, even though you look very small, but your chests are very big, other would definitely not think that you are a little girl. Qin Xiang was stunned when he heard this, because this was said by Long Shuling, as Long Shuling have not feigned his voice for pranks for a very long time. Qin Xiang had already forgotten this naughty dragon's prank move. Lan Lan's adorable small face turned red. Her delicate eyebrows wrinkled, and her face looked angry. Qin Xiang, you are a meanie. Qin Xiang secretly scolded Long Shuling as he hurriedly said, Ahem this. This is true. You need to know that when men look at women, most of them will see the chest first. Don't you think so? Of course I know. You don't need to tell me. Lan Lan gave a charming humph. Can you let me rub it? Long Shuling once again mimicked Qin Xiang's voice and said, while Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were laughing in the ring, Rub your head, you meanie. I'm not going to talk to you any more, hung. Lan Lan sped up, flying away with a blush on her face. Long Shuling laughed. Can't even handle a bit of teasing, Qin Xiang angrily said. Little you tea-dragon, when you grow up you better pray that you won't have a big chest. If not, I'll rub on it every day. It wasn't easy getting to know a chick in King's Continent. Now it's all ruined, yeah. Wasn't easy knowing a big chest brat. You're having bad thoughts, aren't you? You already have your Sis Menger and Xian Xian's problem to solve. And both Xian Xian and your Menger's chest are as big as this brat's one. Sis Meiyao and Sis Yuyu's are also quite big. You should have seen before, he. Long Shuling laughed. Qin Xiang thought about it, grinned. True, but this is troublesome. That brat will definitely hate me. Perhaps during the sparring match, she will not have mercy on me. Mine, stop laughing. There are thousands of golden griffins in front. Quickly fly lower. Qin Xiang suddenly heard Lan Lan's voice travel to his ears. Chapter 411, Inferno in the Sky. Chapter 411. Inferno in the Sky. Qin Xiang's impression of this brat was pretty good, so he laughed and said, Thank you. The reason why I flew so high up is to have a look at the prowess of those golden griffins. Humph, you big idiot. Whatever. I'll wait for you at the destination. You better not withdraw after this round. I have to have a fight with you at the end. Lan Lan flew away very quickly. Her speed was indeed very horrifying. Qin Xiang was only able to fly faster when he allowed his wings to grow bigger. That was the vermilion bird flame wing's true form. When activating it, his body will release flames, transforming into a shape of a huge bird, and from the ground it will look like a huge flame bird. Knowing that there was golden griffins in front, Qin Xiang grew agitated. From Wu Keiming, he knew that Spirit Hall was most proud of their golden griffins. Many people tried to borrow it from Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago for the Three Great Realm War, but were rejected. Even disciples aren't allowed to bring them to fight either. Not only did Qin Xiang want to meet those golden griffins, he also let those golden griffins experience some pain. Because he wasn't happy with what W.A.N. Ji Quan did, sending people to stop him. He believed that other kings' continent warriors did not meet any obstacles on their way. Only he met them. Golden griffins? I'll now let you know the vermilion bird's strength. Qin Xiang laughed, and his heart filled with antic. 1. Piation. Qin Xiang was on alert as he fly, but he still haven't seen any golden griffins after flying tens of dough, but he was still waiting very patiently. TL note, I have no idea what they meant by, so yeah, the clouds in front. Watch out. Long Shuling warned in front of Qin Xiang was a huge cloud pillar soaring into the sky. Upon having a closer look, Qin Xiang could see that there were small dots in the clouds, and those dots were actually golden griffins circling around it, creating a huge air vortex, sucking all the clouds in it, exposing Qin Xiang to the blue skies and leaving him with nowhere to hide. So many. Qin Xiang looked at the gigantic cloud pillar, and he can't help but exclaim in his heart, these golden griffins are definitely being controlled by someone. That person should be riding on the golden griffins, and it should be more than one person. Long Shuling said. Qin Xiang flew straight, and those small dots in the huge cloud pillar also gathered together. From afar it looks like a flock of birds, but Qin Xiang was very sure that those are a bunch of true martial realm 9th stage spirit beast, golden griffins. Golden griffin's feather were very hard. Its wings can be used as a sharp knife, and their mouth can even spit out fire. Its flying speed was very fast. Along with their sharp claws and beaks, it is able to cause huge threat to humans. Qin Xiang was an extreme realm. If he were to fight independently, he wouldn't choose these 9th stage spirit realm beast. But now he wasn't fighting one, he was fighting thousands if all of them were to come at him at one. Even him will have a hard time. TL notes. Sounds weird, I know, but it just means that if he wouldn't choose to fight 9th stage true martial realm as it was too easy, the golden griffins from afar approaches quickly. Qin Xiang's wings also becomes more and more bigger, becoming hundreds of zhang in a blink of an eye. Qin Xiang unceasingly released the vermilion bird, true qi, within his body. The 1,000 true element Dan that contains vigorous true qi gushes out. Qin Xiang's wings continuously expands, burning with fierce flames, forming a sea of flames. When Lan Lan saw the huge wings, she was shocked till her jaws dropped, exclaiming, "This meanie is so strong. What is he planning to do?" Almost. Qin Xiang said with a slight sigh of relief. He stretched his huge wings that is already thousands of zhang wide. When he flapped it, the wind generated was imaginable. Those warriors riding the golden griffins slowed down after seeing. They knew that Qin Xiang wanted to resist them. Seeing the magnificent pair of huge flame wings, feeling the incomparably scalding hot air wave, they were considering whether they wanted to continue on a total of 8 people riding the golden griffins, and their strengths are all at extreme realm, each bringing 1,000 golden griffins and flying towards Qin Xiang. No need to be afraid, we have 8,000 golden griffins. No matter how strong he is, he will be surrounded by golden griffins. Just waste him, a male shouted. When Qin Xiang heard this, he was furious in his heart, and immediately he roars. Inferno tornado. Qin Xiang suddenly spins, and his wings followed suit. Firstly, it was waves of intense heat spreading all around. Following it was a strong suction force. Some big trees and stones got uprooted and attracted under the suction force. With Qin Xiang spinning, it forms a huge flaming tornado reaching up to a few thousand zhangs wide. The scene was shocking and horrifying, similar to the end of world. Clouds from all sides are being attracted over. making the clouds very thick, and when they pee into each other, it erupts crazy lightnings, and those lightnings were also being attracted into Chen Xiang's tornado. Originally, those golden griffins are charging at Chen Xiang, but now it was too late when they tried to run away from the scary fire lightning tornado. It was already too late. The tornado was too huge, thus causing a very strong suction force. Those golden griffins are like ants in front of this huge tornado. In a short amount of time, they were all inside the huge tornado that contains intense heat and crazy thunder. This guy is too perverse. I almost got implicated. Lon Lon gasped for mouthful of breaths. Those voluptuous chests continuously rise and fall as she looked at the huge fire lightning tornado filled with destruction, with lingering fear. Those nearby all saw it, and most of them are competing warriors. They all heard the lighting sound, but there is a familiar sound mixed in it. It was the wails of thousands of golden griffins. Chen Xiang was madly laughing while spinning furthermore. He was constantly releasing what attributed lightning chi, making the lightning more crazy. The inside of this huge tornado became a purgatory. People inside it cannot resist at all. The only thing they can do is to receive punishment. This was Chen Xiang's Inferno tornado. Last time he used this move to fight the Devil Dao warriors. But back then his strength was still weak, so the tornado was very small. Compared to before, the current tornado was bigger by few hundred folds. The huge tornado surrounding hills and lush forests was all sucked into the tornado. Lon Lon personally saw mounted thousands of zhang, tall, slowly getting sucked into the tornado, finally totally vanish. H.I. plus ing into the tornado in the tornado is the tyrannical heavenly sunfire and crazy lightning. When fused together, its might was incomparable. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I thought that a group of golden griffins were very powerful. Turns out it was only mediocre. Ha ha. Chen Xiang's mad laughter was similar to a devil, reverberating in all direction. When people heard it, they were absolutely terrified. Chapter 412, Unending Obstacles. Chapter 412, Unending Obstacles. Chen Xiang spun unceasingly. The large tornado looks like it won't stop madly extracting everything from the ground. Wherever it went, it turns the area into a flat land. Those golden griffins that got sucked into the tornado will collide with either a huge rock or another golden griffin, while being baked by the heat and struck by the lightning. Those few people were also the same, but they didn't die immediately, only physically devastated. The golden griffins and the few extreme realm warriors are only at beginner stage of spirit martial realm. Their strength are far below Chen Xiang, so it was very difficult for them to escape Chen Xiang's domineering techniques. Furthermore, they were now heavily injured. When Chen Xiang felt that he was only left with half of Vermilion Bird Chi and Azure Dragon Chi, he quickly stopped his skill, only to see those golden griffins and few people dropping, thousands of golden griffins wailing in low voices and falling heavily to the ground, leaving a lot heavy casualties. Chen Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, and the wings behind his back turned small again. He found his direction, flapped his wings, flew up to the sky, and continued towards the destination W. And Ji Quan came when Chen Xiang just left not long ago. He rushed here immediately after receiving an emergency notification saying that there were very heavy casualty here. Seeing the group of unconscious golden griffins on the ground, and listening to these weak cries, veins popped out from W. A.N. Ji Quan's fist, old W. A.N. G, as I have said before, don't belittle him. It was you who originally planned to use the golden griffins to stop him. So his counterattack was very normal. You can only say that you brought this upon yourself. I advise you to better not use dirty moves. If you make him mad, it might cause deaths. Gu Dongqin, said W. A.N. Ji Quan gasped for breath, suppressing his anger as it slowly disappears. He gave a cold humph. This was part of the rules. I didn't stop him on purpose. Seeing W. A.N. Ji Quan, Gu Dongqin followed behind as he was afraid that W. A.N. Ji Quan would attack Chen Xiang. There is only death of spirit beasts now. If you were to stop him again, the next death would be some people. Gu Dongqin sighed and said, those who were riding on the golden griffins didn't die, but they were very heavily injured. From the start, Those who tried to stop Qin Xiang all died, except for those few just now who had heavy injuries. Ji Quan didn't want to stop Qin Xiang. All he wanted is to delay Qin Xiang. But he didn't know that Qin Xiang had such a strong killing skill. Even thousands of golden griffins can't do anything. Instead, they got suppressed by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang is blowing whistle while soaring in the sky. At this point his mood was very good because he knew that the deaths of those golden griffins would bleed Spirit Hall. Furthermore, this was all because they asked for it, his mother. If someone tries to stop me again, I will personally attack them. Qin Xiang suddenly very looked forward to meeting people sent by Spirit Hall. Hey, your move just now was very powerful, but the consumption is very high. It is only suitable for people who are weaker than you. If it was used against me, it would be useless. Lan Lan came again, from the top of Qin Xiang. Brat, why do you always follow me? I am a big meanie. Is it because I'm too handsome? Qin Xiang happily said with a smile. Pay, you narcissistic guy. I was only bored. I don't know how long I would still need to fly. This compet. 1. Taiyan was too boring. There is also nothing to relieve my boredom. Lan Lan gently sighed. Why don't you go find your king's continent warriors? Why did you find me? Qin Xiang also don't understand why he was targeted by this brat. They are too slow, and you are the only one that flies. The others are all running, totally unable to talk to at all. Lan Lan said, forget it. I'd better fly faster and reach the destination as soon as possible. So bored. Lan Lan's speed made Qin Xiang jealous, and she seemed like she was flying with ease. He could only sigh as he still didn't know how many more things would be waiting for him on the road. He guessed that his compet. 1. Taiyan was held because of him, because he had the powerful dragon force. If it was a face-to-face fight, Ji Quan had no confidence in his disciples at all. For Qin Xiang to lose, this was the only method to eliminate him. Thinking to this point, Qin Xiang was furious. This was also the reason why he purposely didn't hide himself, was to allow those waiting in ambush to discover him. This way he could heavily injure them as a way to relieve his dissatisfaction in his heart. 2 days said in the middle of the night, Qin Xiang suddenly saw a beam of light shooting from the ground to the sky. Just as he felt odd, he sensed a very strong pressure, making him stop immediately. Qin Xiang flapped his wings, allowing his heavy body to land on the ground. He found out what the beam of white light was. It was a formation that creates pressure. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would most likely crashed fiercely. This was a big formation. In order to eliminate you, the Spirit Hall has spent quite a lot. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang roared. He used a palm with dragon force on the ground, only to see to the circumference of several miles split open. The ground starts to shake crazily, and the forest was immediately ruined. There's people, watch out! Su Meiyao abruptly shouted. Qin Xiang already sensed those people's aura. It was 4-person, and all of them are at extreme realm. That formation along with the ground had already been destroyed, so the pressure was also gone. But Qin Xiang didn't choose to fly, but to confront the 4-person walking towards him. In the darkness, for people in black suddenly appeared around Qin Xiang. Seeing Qin Xiang's natural face, as if he was waiting for them, their hearts all felt very shocked. After they appeared, they raised their hand without any second words, and a strange energy spout out from their palms. In a blink of an eye, appeared a complicated spirit pattern formation under Qin Xiang's feet. Once the formation appeared, Qin Xiang's complexion changed drastically because he can't use true qi. The worst thing is that his body cannot move too. Seeing Qin Xiang's complexion, those 4 men in black looked very haughty. Qin Xiang quickly calmed down. He coldly laughed. Aren't you guys going to attack? We are only responsible to hold you down. The person to attack you will come shortly after, a person coldly said. Qin Xiang wrinkled his brows, feeling hateful in his heart. Both his feet are now closely attracted to the ground and unable to move at all. Furthermore, he could not use true qi. If someone were to come, he would be in a dangerous situation. It seems like this big formation is laid down by you. but it was easily broken by me. Chen Xiang was unexpectedly calm now, and this made the four men in black feel worried. However, when it comes to this formation where they collaborated, they were still quite confident. Furthermore, the person that is coming to deal with Chen Xiang is also reaching soon. When the time comes, it would be Chen Xiang's turn to be heavily injured. Chen Xiang could not use true qi or move, but his mouth can still move, so his magic powers can be used. This way, he could display his divine sense and use magic to gather strength using qi of heaven and earth to attack. Chapter 413. Grasping Soul Talisman. Chapter 413. Grasping Soul Talisman. Chen Xiang realized that the four persons setting up the formation could not simply move, because if they moved, it would affect the formation. Otherwise, the four-person would have already attacked Chen Xiang. Seeing this point, Chen Xiang was secretly delighted in his heart, because if he is able to disturb them, this formation will break, and then he would be able to use true qi again. You underestimate our big formation. Even if you break the ground, the formation will still exist. The main crux of the formation still exists. You only destroyed a small formation, said a guy in black. Chen Xiang laughed. Even at this situation, he was able to laugh. This made the four men in black instantly on alert. But no matter how much they think, they can't understand how Chen Xiang would escape this formation. Furthermore, there was someone coming over to beat Chen Xiang. As long as that person reaches first, it will spell doom for Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang was already able to detect the person running over. That person was also Spirit Martial Realm beginning stage. Divine Martial Palace wouldn't dare to use cultivators of high cultivation. Otherwise, it would be too much. That is why they spent so much effort to set up formation and use golden griffins to block Chen Xiang. The transformations in 72 transformation technique not only allow user to transform themselves, but also use spiritual energy to create something from nothing, like Chen Xiang's illusionary brilliant furnace. Was also one of the transformation techniques, just that he isn't proficient in it. After that, he went to ask Long Shui for advice to understand this transformation technique better. He already grasped the main point, and now he only needs to display it. The spiritual energy that cultivated from S-H-I plus into was colorless and shapeless. Only those with strong divine sense was able to sense this kind of energy. Even deans like Gu Dongqin was currently unable to sense it. Chen Xiang released his spiritual strength and chanced the incantation, controlling the released spiritual strength to flow to the back of those men in black. This moment their complexion changed, because they discovered that behind the back of their teammates congealed a glowing short sword. This was Chen Xiang's display of his 72 transformation, creating something from nothing. Those short swords was made with spiritual strength by condensing spirit qi from heaven and earth, and its might is not small. Normal warrior can also use true qi to congeal this kind of energy sword, but they need to use their own true qi, and their area of control is also very small. But Chen Xiang doesn't need it. He is able to congeal this energy weapon as long as it is in his sight. You underestimated me. Chen Xiang laughed loudly. Those four short swords under his divine sense fiercely shot forward, penetrating the four-person's back, and then explodes, making a load. Why, hole in the back of those four-person, the formation binding Chen Xiang was also gone. Chen Xiang once again controlled his thick true qi, only to see him explode loudly. The true qi within his body gushed out under his control. It became very vigorous and explodes from his body, forming waves of very strong and filled destructive force qi wave, sending those four men in black flying. Those four men in black was already injured from the piercing and explosion of the energy short sword, adding in the explosion of true qi from Chen Xiang. All their meridians were broken, and they fainted on the spot. Chen Xiang looked at the black-clothed persons lying on the ground, coldly humphed, and jumped to the sky, just when he was going to release his vermilion bird fire wings. He was pressured by a strong energy, making he fall to crash into the ground. Darn, that formation is still there. Chen Xiang felt the person coming closer, although the speed of the person was slower. As the person gets closer, Qinxiang felt more and more dangerous. Therefore, he wanted to quickly run away. If he tangled with that person, it would delay a lot of time. If Divine Martial Palace was able to delay him, it would make him fall behind significantly. That way he would be eliminated. Should be a blood warrior. His true chi is different of others. Oth true chi and body needs to be stronger than average. I think it should be because of the blood in his body, but I have never heard of this kind of clan. Dali clan is different from them. Herculean clan from ancient time, where it was because of a special breeding method. This Human King clan is stronger than the Herculean clan. Their bloodlines are definitely not simple. Long Shui said. Qinxiang released the water vine. Coiled around the 4 fainted person in black, he quickly brought them to him, and used the grasping soul devil curse taught by Baiyu to search their memory in hopes to break the formation. Very quickly he found it. At this moment, he was very shocked by Divine Martial Palace's handiwork. This formation was completed on a large stone plate, and the stone plate was deep underground where they were at. Movable formation. This formation's cost is not cheap. The cost for the formation plate is very high, and there is a need to put a lot of cornerstones, usually a lot of top-grade crystal stones and items with a lot of energy is needed. If this formation plate was destroyed, Divine Martial Palace would probably cry. Su Meiyao laughingly said, usually when you lay down formations, it would always be on the ground. But this formation that could stop Qinxiang from flying in the sky is a type where it would be laid down on a big stone plate to move it. The formation energy given out from the stone plate can cover a lot of ground, and only rich sects could afford this kind of formation. Qinxiang got a lot of information from those 4 people's memory, and it is all about laying formations. But having these memories doesn't mean that he could instantly lay down formations. But these were all precious experiences. He suddenly found out that grasping soul devil curse was very strong. In this way, he was able to quickly learn a lot of things. A lot of formation techniques were now in his memory, so he decided to try it out next time. Next, he continued to use grasping soul devil curse to search those 4 men's memory for formations. There was a lot of information. It's like his head was going to explode. If not for his formidable spirit, he would be unable to contain all these memories. Although his head hurts, his face was filled with happiness. He knew that those 4 people was a decent formation master, but now all their knowledge on formation is shared with Qinxiang. Quickly destroy the formation. That guy is coming. Long Shui said. Qinxiang nodded his head. And fly towards one direction. He now knew where the formation plate is at, and he planned to lure the blood warrior and use the formation against that blood warrior from the memory of the 4 person in black. He knew that the formation plate has great use. Not only can it be used to prevent people from flying in the sky, it has also great defensive and offensive energy. That formation plate was originally protecting a herb garden in Divine Martial Palace. W.A.N. Ji Quan wanted to increase the chance of winning against Qinxiang, so he temporarily used it against him. Magic changed to spiritual strength. Dali clan changed to Herculean clan. Long Shuling was the wrong name. It was actually Long Shui. Chapter 414 Night Clash. Chapter 414 Night Clash. Qinxiang quickly reached the top of the array disk. As long as he destroyed the array disk below, he could escape and avoid fighting with the bloodline warrior. He, who told you to do this to me? This is the price you have to pay. A layer of white aurora S slowly appeared on Qinxiang's palm. As this type of aurora leaked out, the ground started to shake frantically. Qinxiang bellowed and struck the ground with his palm, using the draconic strength to release the heaven-shaking palm. One could imagine the power behind it. The powerful shockwave once again swept through the entire ground. An entire ground became overturned by Qinxiang. The formation plate under his feet was also pierced through by the heaven-shaking palm and shattered into pieces. Divine Martial Hall is going to pay a huge price this time. Qinxiang laughed and fiercely jumped into the air, releasing a pair of Suzaku Firewing S. The moment Qinxiang flapped his wings, a shout came from the ground. Stop! Qinxiang did not pay attention to him and continued flying. That was the bloodline warrior of the Divine Martial Hall. Although Chen Xiang wanted to fight with him, he had to rush. If he was slow, he would be eliminated, and he was not willing to be eliminated in this kind of combat. One Tian, look at the blade. Chen Xiang, who was flying at a high speed, was suddenly shocked, because in front of him was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a hexagonal flying plate beneath his feet. Holding a golden blade high in the air, he slashed at Chen Xiang, causing the blade to light up, and from the body of the blade, hundreds of blade images erupted. Chen Xiang could not understand why this person would suddenly appear in front of him. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and kept his Sazako fire wing, allowing himself to fall down to the ground so he could avoid the blade image. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, since you're using weapons, don't blame me for being impolite. Ever since Chen Xiang had stepped into the ultimate realm, he had not used many green dragon, demon-slain broadsword to fight, and now that he saw his opponent using weapons to attack him, he did not hold back either. With a thought, the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword appeared in her hands. At this time, he had already reached the ground. Originally, I did not plan to play around with you. However, since you all want me to die so badly, I will not do anything about it. Chen Xiang did not care about the combat one Tian anymore. He only wanted to vent the anger in his heart through his powerful body. Long Shui said, "The flying discs under his feet are not simple. They can actually conceal auras." The middle-aged man with a golden blade appeared in front of Chen Xiang. He looked at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "I heard that your blade is powerful, but it seems that it's only to this extent." Chen Xiang frowned. His blade had moved slightly, but a line like crack suddenly appeared on the ground and directly pierced through the middle-aged man's groin. Although Chen Xiang's blade only moved for a moment, he had actually hacked down on it just now. It was just that his speed was too fast, so fast that no one could see him brandish. Plussing his blade and hacking down. The middle-aged man was still standing on the hexagonal flying disc. He could feel that the hexagonal flying disc had already been destroyed when Chen Xiang brandished his blade. Not only was Chen Xiang's blade fast, the blade force that he released was extremely special. He had used the cosmic genuine qi, and with his precise control of the blade and the method of using the Taiji dragon suppressed kung fu, he allowed the green dragon demon-slain broadsword to slash out a thin blade force that cut the middle-aged man's hexagonal flying disc into two. "The thing at your feet must be very expensive." Chen Xiang laughed. His words angered your middle-aged man. The middle-aged man roared. He waved his blade and pounced towards Chen Xiang. His blade technique was extremely fast. He slashed out continuously, with a series of beautiful hand seals. Chen Xiang had no choice but to block. This guy's blade is not simple. Chen Xiang had used a lot of power when defending, but he did not destroy his opponent's golden blade as he had imagined. After blocking a few times, Chen Xiang realized that there was something strange about it. Before her green dragon, demon-slain broadsword could even touch his opponent's golden blade, it would be shaken by a strange power. The opponent's attack was extremely fast, and Chen Xiang had to continuously block it. He told this to Su Meiyao and the others, and Bai Yu said, "That blade of his should have been infused with some other person's power, and should have been condensed with the innate qi to form some sort of special power. Only by covering this blade with the power of the innate qi would it be able to make it extremely firm, and also have the power of the royal power's nirvana realm." Chen Xiang now understood why this blade was so terrifying and why the blade wielder was a bloodline warrior. Previously, during the points combat, 1. Tian, the Qiusheng he met, wasn't using the innate qi, so he wasn't able to understand the power of the bloodline warrior. But now the middle-aged man he was fighting with was actually a bloodline warrior who was using the innate qi. The feeling Chen Xiang had was that bloodline warrior and Hercules were similar. They were both able to transform their innate qi into a type of bizarre energy and fuse it into their own bodies, allowing the two forces to fuse into one and then erupt again, forming an extremely powerful force. Thunder innate chi. Chun Xiang was able to determine the opponent's innate chi's original form. This middle-aged man had hidden it very well, and after he used the innate chi, he would change into another type of energy that was full of explosive power, making it hard to discern him. Under the dark night sky, on the ground filled with wounds, the glow of a blade could be seen. Chun Xiang had only been defending and did not counterattack, which made the middle-aged man suspicious because he knew Chun Xiang's strength was not only limited to this. The middle-aged man cut down with his blade, but Chun Xiang was unable to block it this time. His golden blade slashed at Chun Xiang's waist, causing him to be greatly shocked because Royal Elder had ordered him not to kill Chun Xiang. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. When his golden blade slashed at Chun Xiang's waist, Chun Xiang exploded into a cloud of mist. Chun Xiang used water mirror technique, using water vapor to condense it into an illusion, and then he used his fastest speed to leave the place. When the middle-aged man was still in shock, a few days later a tank-thick water vine suddenly appeared from the ground, tightly locking the middle-aged man down. "I have no time to waste with you." Chun Xiang slowly walked over and fiercely slashed at the golden blade held up by the middle-aged man. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, let out a roar that sounded like a furious dragon. It flickered with a piercing green light and cut the golden blade in half. Without the middle-aged man's power, the golden blade became extremely weak. In just a moment, it was shattered into pieces by the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man never thought that Chun Xiang's water vine would be so strong, but when he was struggling, the water vine already showed signs of loosening up. Right now, he understood why Chun Xiang kept blocking and not retaliating, in order to exhaust his power. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. He retreated a few steps, only to see his lips moving slightly as he chanted a strange incantation. The air above the middle-aged man was surging with wind and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. "Heavenly dragon seal." Chun Xiang's eyes flashed, and a dragon's roar came from the sky. A giant golden dragon claw descended from the sky, SMAs. H.I. plus ing onto the middle-aged man who was being entangled by the water vine. In a split second, a golden light exploded, illuminating half of the sky. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the soil that was blown away flew into the air and then fell down, as if it was raining earth. The middle-aged man was covered in mud and stones. He slowly wriggled his body and let out a painful groan. Chun Xiang had long released his Suzaku fire wing and flew in the night sky. Chapter 415. Endpoint. Chapter 415. Endpoint. The sky brightens, seeing the distant sun rise. Chun Xiang felt elated. He didn't know about others, but he knew that it wasn't easy for him. He had went through ups and downs to arrive here. At this point, he was already very near the end point. Although he was delayed, he still thinks that he was the faster one. He estimated that he would at least be able to enter top 10. Originally, he believed that he could get first, but seeing that young girl Lanlin's horrifying speed, he knew that he was too proud. This king's continent had quite a lot of young, strong warriors. He could guarantee that those in the top 50 in the points compet. 1. Tai-In would have decent speed. If they did not get obstructed, they might have overtook him. Thinking until here, Chun Xiang was furious. It was all because of W.A. and Ji Quan's delay his time by planning a lot of ambush. Of course, thinking that on his way here, he also made Divine Martial Palace a lot of losses. He was secretly happy in his heart because he can get to see W.A. and Ji Quan's angry yet helpless face. The biggest reward this trip was that he got the 4 Formation Master's memories. Those memories are very precious. Through grasping Soul Devil Curse, Chun Xiang was able to imprint it in his own memory. After simple absorption, it would become his. Others would need a lot of time to ACCU. Mutilate all those rich formation experience, but Chun Xiang could do it in a while. It wasn't that Formation Masters were not a good option. It is just that it would take a lot of resources, especially during learning phase. Furthermore, there's also some danger of formation exploding if there was a slight mistake during the setting up of formation or any other actions that is dangerous. Qin have heard that there was quite a lot of people who died when setting up the formation. As long as he could efficiently use those precious memories, he could be a formation master in the near future. Furthermore, he had the Refiner's Scroll. The spirit patterns in the Refiner's Scroll were all regarded as treasures in the eyes of Lu Menger. After absorbing the memories of the 4 people, he had a solid foundation. Now he only needed to spend some time in this aspect again. After being skilled in formations, will he be able to start refining weapons? Qin Xiang was soaring above the clouds. Although he had a pair of huge fire wings, he had the clouds as cover, so the people below couldn't see him. But with his strong divine sense, he was able to clearly observe the ground. On his way, he found out 20+ person going all out DOS. Plussing their speed was very fast. Qin Xiang guessed that they was continuously flying, not even stopping once. Based on his calculation, even if they were running with that speed, it would be impossible to take 10+ days to rush here. He guessed that there was definitely some trickery here, maybe W. And Ji Quan helped these disciples to cheat. Since the distance is very big, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming would definitely not know what happened. There was a lot of people in Divine Martial Palace. Helping those disciples to cheat wasn't hard. Even though this was the case, Qin Xiang was still able to overtake these 20 individuals. As he accelerates his speed, he discovered more partic. 1. P. Aiding martial warriors. This compet. 1. Tian eliminates 30 people. Now that there are 30 people behind me, if nothing unexpected happens, I would be able to pass this round. Qin Xiang relaxed slightly. If he was eliminated because of Divine Martial Palace's tampering, he would be angry for a very long time. Just thinking about this did not make him feel good. 3 days said. Qin Xiang once again caught up on a few more people, and the ending point was just in front. It was a very tall summit, and the summit had flat ground, and on it is a very big bronze bell. As long as he sounds the bell, it will be counted as reaching the end point. Although Qin Xiang could see, but there was still some distance. That summit was very high, directly piercing through the clouds. If it was running from the ground, it would take very long to climb up to the summit. Full speed ahead. Qin Xiang was worried that there would be unexpected accidents at the last moment, so he used up all his true qi to fly, only to see his vermilion bird fire wings suddenly increased in size, and both his feet were shooting out azure true qi. This was the azure dragon true qi's wind energy. There would also be occasional violent thunder, increasing the explosive force, not to mention his speed. There were some people sandong on the summit. From afar they saw Qin Xiang flapping the majestic fire wings, and his feet shooting out azure dragon chibi. As while flying, it made everyone's countenance change, because these kind of speed, and impact force was very shocking. While Qin Xiang is flying over, he was banging the air, producing bursts of explosion. Originally, the distance between him and the summit was still very far, but under his full speed dash, his speed had increased multiple folds, making him look like a flash of light, dragging the green-red light, shooting straight for the summit. Qin Xiang did a flip in the air and beautifully landed on the summit's flake ground. Quickly walked to the bell and rang it. Hearing the bell resounded through heaven and earth. Qin Xiang gave out a long sigh of relief. After the resounding bell sound vanished, did they hear an elder shout, "Qin Xiang, position 15th. Lan Lan came beside Qin Xiang, said lightly, 15th, you are so slow. Qin Xiang laughed. Brat, if you were blocked by a few Nirvana realm warriors at the start, then surrounded and attacked by tens of thousands of golden griffins, and then your true qi suppressed by 4 formation masters, and finally a blood warrior wielding a brilliant weapon to attack you, can you be this fast? Luckily, those guys are trash. Those Nirvana realm warriors have already been finished by me. Those tens of thousands of golden griffins should be either dead or seriously injured. As for those 4 formation masters, they were also stabbed by me. Their meridians broken too. That idiot blood warrior who uses the brilliant weapon got his weapon broken and beaten heavily. Although there are a lot of obstacles, they were all useless. While Qin Xiang was talking, he was looking at W. A and Ji Quan W. and Ji Quan's complexion was not looking good. Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming's complexion were equally bad, because when they were waiting there, those who arrived early all said that there were actually no obstacles blocking them, and they came here easily. But Chen Xiang continuously met with obstacles. Furthermore, it was targeted at him. There was even a blood warrior wielding a treasured sword to attack Qin Xiang. It's unavoidable, Qin Xiang. You are a guest of King's Continent. Of course, we have to take special care of you. But you did very well, and returned the favor, a big favor. Lian Yingxiao laughed and said, Divine Martial Palace tried to steal a chicken with rice, but lose everything instead. They lost a lot of warriors. Qin Xiang was from Qinwu mainland, and several big shots from Qinwu mainland were waiting here for him. Hua, Sheng Yue smiled. King's Continent is so hospitable, but you guys lost too much face. You can't even stop a kid with so many people, but still allowed him to get placed 15th. Successfully passed, said. W.A.N. Ji Quan, don't you think your method ID very disgusting? If you don't like Qin Xiang Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the King's martial compet. 1. Taiyan, you only need to say, and I guarantee that he will withdraw. Is it necessary to use despicable means? Tell you what, don't think that because you are the highest person in power in King's Continent that I will be afraid. If there is a next time, I, Lu Menger, will definitely fight out with you. Lu Menger's angry sentence carried a chill that lingers on the whole summit. This tall mountain was instantly covered in thick frost. That peculiar cold energy makes people have the urge to kneel down and wars. H.I. plus P. The whole summit was dead silence. W.A.N. Ji Quan frowned and removes the strange coldness in his body. A lot of people couldn't understand why Lu Menger was this mad. Chapter 416. Big Gift? Chapter 416. Big Gift. Gu Dongqin and Lian Yingxiao looked at each other. They knew the relations. H.I. plus P between Qin Xiang and Lu Menger. They just didn't know it was so deep that it could make this empress so mad. As for Wu Keiming and other big shots, they only thought that Lu Menger was angry for his disciple's husband. W.A.N. Ji Quan, you might not know. This brat is an honorary chief alchemist of our Danxiang Taoyuan. He is the guest of Danxiang Taoyuan. Hua, Sheng Yue laughed coldly, now Divine Martial Palace, knows that Qin Xiang not only had Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Huang Jintian as his backing, he also had these two powerful ladies. W.A.N. Ji Quan's brows were already covered in frost. He took a deep breath. He knew that Lu Menger had crossed the Nirvana 7th tribulation, and she cultivates cold wind divine exercise, which is very formidable. Of course, Lu Menger's parents were the previous era's characters. Not even Huang Jintian dared to fight them. Although Lu Menger said that her parents have already ascended to Heaven Realm, no one knows whether they left behind many influence and befriended hidden strong warriors when they ascended. If they were to band together with Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, Divine Martial Palace naturally wouldn't be scared, but they must consider the lost. I did name him just that people of Divine Martial Palace have heard of his name before, and they all wanted to spar with him. W.A.N. Ji Quan haven't even finished speaking, and Gu Dongqin interrupted. But is this fair for him? This is you dereliction of duty. Are you going to just leave it like this? W.A.N. Ji Quan frowned. Gu Dongqin wanted him to apologize to Qin Xiang, but he was the highest person in power in this King's Continent, Divine Martial Palace's palace master. How could he personally apologize to the ant like Qin Xiang? It wasn't because of the dereliction of duty of our Divine Martial Palace. It is just that Qin Xiang Paes said by the ambush locations by chance. That's why the ambusher attacked. W.A.N. Ji Quan said coldly. That's not the reason. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded. Although it was soft, everyone basically heard it. They all looked at the same place at the same time, only to find out the person who spoke was beautiful young girl wearing blue dress. When her pair of cute eyes rotated, it even has blue lights. The big shots waiting here all knew that this young girl was the first to reach the end, but none of them have any knowledge of her. Lan Lan, seeing that everyone was looking at her, stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Earlier, when I was on my way, I met those keys too, but they didn't block me. The guys riding the lion even asked me to go further away." Qin Xiang can't help it but to laugh, but his heart was feeling weird. He always thought that Lan Lan was part of Divine Martial Palace, but from the looks of it, she wasn't. Otherwise, saying these things would be equal to giving Quan a tight slap in the face. "Brat you!" Quan glared at Lan Lan, only to see Lan Lan make faces at him, her face not containing any trace of fear. This made the crowd instantly like the young girl in blue dress, and they knew that this Lan Lan is also not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fly to the end point so quickly. Furthermore, she is unafraid of and Quan, although she speaks very softly and looks very timid, her face had fearless written over her whole face. "What I said is true. I have also seen that Golden Blade Bear. That stupid bear even told me his plan, saying something about using a very powerful group formation to imprison this naughty Qin Xiang, making him unable to use true qi or move, and the Golden Blade Bear's mission is to cut off both of Qin Xiang's arms." Lan Lan said angrily when she saw Quan being mad at her. Hearing Lan Lan call Qin Xiang naughty, Lu Menjie and Hua Shenyue rolled their eyes at Qin Xiang, and Qin Xiang was so embarrassed, said that he can't even raise his head up. He didn't think that Lan Lan, this girl who looked timid, would dare to say so much details. "Lan, brat you. Quan was breathless. He raised his hands, but had to put it down, as there was a lot of people watching. Furthermore, what Lan Lan said was also true. Quan previously insisted that he didn't aim Qin Xiang, but after Lan Lan, this king's continent warrior, testified, this was simply pus. Plussing him to the abyss. "Don't think that I'm scared of you because my grandfather died. Our Lan family isn't as simple as you think. If necessary, our Lan family can destroy your divine martial palace anytime." Seeing that Quan wanted to hit her, she was very angry and said tenderly Quan gave a cold humph, jumped and flew away. If not, Dongqin might force him to apologize to Qin Xiang. This moment, an elderly said, "There is still one more challenge. After clearing the next challenge, it would be martial arts compet. 1. Taiyan last. Now you have 3 days of rest. After 3 days, the next challenge will start. Qin Xiang, you better withdraw." Hua Xiangyue said, "I have already reached this point. If I give up now, wouldn't my suffering previously be for nothing?" Qin Xiang smiled lightly. If it wasn't for the fruit of fortune as reward, he would have quitted long ago. But he was confident in himself. Moreover, the gap between now and the final martial arts compet. 1. Taiyan were also not big. He would be able to get the heavenly grade pill and the fruit of fortune quickly. Hua Xiangyue can also see that Qin Xiang came for the fruit of fortune. If it wasn't for her Dansheng Taiyuan disciple being incompetent, she will also make her disciples come and compete. Elder Ding, your divine martial palace should be more sincere. Although divine martial palace has the most influence in King's continent, you shall know that it is only on the surface. Our Wu village and Blue Blood clan is only disinclined to care about worldly affairs. If you guys do things too far, we will do the necessary move in order to avoid you throwing the King clan's honor." Wu Kaming said, "Qin Xiang now know that there is still other powerful influences in King's continent. The Wu Canghong that Qin Xiang previously met should be Wu Kaming's old ancestor." Elder Ding nodded. "I will speak with the palace master. He truly overdid it this time." Quan's disastrous defeat by Huang Jintian was known by many. Everyone suspected that Quan wanted to get revenge because of the matters in the past, so he intentionally made things difficult for Qin Xiang. There was a lot of houses on the summit, but due to the temperature being low and Lu Menjie's ice true qi she released just now, the house were all covered in frost, making it more freezing. But now Lu Menjie released flames to melt those frosts. Lu Menjie's purple fire spirit had ice characteristics, so her ice true chi was more overbearing. This was also part of Lu Menger's hidden strength. Qin Xiang wasn't angry, he was now inside a room. Digesting the memories, he treated those memories as a big present by W.A.N. Jiquan. Those 4 formation masters' knowledge on formations far exceeds his expectation. Those 4 people studied different things. When added together, it becomes more Estones. H.I. Plussing. Other than knowledge on formations and formations, setting up experiences, Qin Xiang also obtained 3 of Divine Martial Palace. A secret skill. These 4 people must be important characters in Divine Martial Palace. Obtaining these secret skills was only average. The best part is that he now knew a lot of Divine Martial Palace's secret. For example, location of Divine Martial Palace's mysterious medicine garden, how to deal with the formation in the medicine garden, and Divine Martial Palace's martial arts pavilion, Divine Martial Palace's alchemy rooms, and Divine Martial Palace's dungeon, and so forth. Because these 4 people needed to lay formations there to protect those top secret places. Therefore, they were very clear on it. But now, Qin Xiang had all those memories. Chapter 417. Evil Demon, Mysterious Realm. Chapter 417. Evil Demon, Mysterious Realm. Qin Xiang learnt from the memory that Divine Martial Palace's medicine garden only has 1 fruit of fortune, and it is still hanging on a dead tree. Furthermore, there is unexpectedly some 5 elements, true elemental pill and foundation building pills, precious materials. There's 2 white jade lotus and 2 life returning GRAS. Other than those, there is also quite a lot of herbs to refine middle and high grade profound level pill. It was basically a treasure trove. This made him drool, and he wished to ransack if immediately, but it was only wishful thinking, because there is a few Nirvana realm warriors guarding it. Once he was caught, it would be over for him. Because King's continent had a huge natural barrier, so the 3 realms Great War back then didn't have any impact on them. Thus they were able to keep some rare herbs and martial skills, making their background very abundant, worthy of the first continent in the mortal world. 3 days of rest ended very quickly. As Qin Xiang made it into top 20, he was able to go to the next stage. No one knew anything about the next stage's content, so he and the rest are waiting at the summit for further announcement. W.A.N. Jiquan didn't come. Instead, it was Elder Ding who came. Even without thinking, everyone knows that W.A.N. Jiquan didn't want to show his presence in the face of other strong warriors, so as to avoid apologizing, so hiding was the best choice right now. This is the last stage's elimination round. The 4-person with the best results will move on to the fight in martial arts, and the last man standing will be rewarded. Divine Martial Palaces, Elder Ding said. Qin Xiang looked at the other warriors and discovered that there are a number of them are W.A.N. Jiquan disciples. They all have an air of arrogance, but their strength are pretty good. If not, they wouldn't be able to reach this stage. This stage's content is more unique and will have certain danger. In this stage, you will be sent to a mysterious realm that is detaining evil demons. The realm is called Evil Demon Mysterious Realm. Many years ago, our king's continent warriors captured and detained them. As of now, there is quite a number of them evil demons in the realm. The strongest should be at peak extreme state, and none at Nirvana realm. This is personally verified by us, Divine Martial Palace. Hearing that this stage was this scary, Qin Xiang and others had different complexions. Some are worried, some are excited, and Qin Xiang was very calm. If it is really in a mysterious realm, he wasn't any afraid because he is very confident in this hiding ability. In there has a kind of extreme state evil demons. They all have a demon core within their bodies. This demon core contains very pure white energy, and it is equivalent to our Dantian's true chi ball. It stores huge quant. 1. Ties of pure true chi and life force, with a lot of uses. Once inside, you will need to find and kill those evil demons. You will be ranked according to the amount of demon core you have obtained, and those demon cores will be yours to use too. Qin Xiang secretly nodded. This was considered good. These demon cores made him want to stir up trouble, because it contains all of Extreme Realm's energy. The best way to use it was to lay down formations or refine weapons. while the life force within the demon core can be extracted to refine pills. When refining pills, you can add a little in, and the pill's healing effect will be better. Elder Ding, can we have confront each other when we are inside? Lon Lon asked. Yes, you can have conflicts, but I believe everyone is clear that having a confrontation is a waste of time and wields no benefit. But sometimes when martial arts sparring will be necessary to solve a conflict, for example, two people finding the same evil demons at the same time. Qinxiang asked, what if someone died during the confrontation? Blade and knives have no eyes. This is same as the previous preliminary contest. No one will be blamed for dying. If you are scared of death, you can quit now. Elder Ding said. Qinxiang suddenly felt a number of cold gazes filled with killing, intense staring at him. These youngsters was always with W. A and Jiquan, they were all W. A and Jiquan's disciple. All of them were blood warrior, so their strengths were all unfathomable. Furthermore, they are not even a bit scared of Qinxiang, even after hearing what Qinxiang did on his way here. They were all the same. They don't think highly of Qinxiang. Thus, Qinxiang determined that those youngsters aren't simple. After going in, he need to be alert against those guys. If you are scared, you can choose to withdraw now. Elder Ding looked at Qinxiang and rest of the young warriors, waited a while, and still no one withdrew. They have already reached this stage. If they were to withdraw now, it will not be worth it. Okay, you can start entering now. The time limit is 10 days at the last day. In the sky of the mysterious realm will appear an exit. All you need to do is jump higher and you will be able to exit. Elder Ding said. Lu Menger transmitted her voice to Qinxiang. Little rascal, you better be careful. Those demons' strength aren't weak. And try to avoid having any conflict with disciples of W. A and Jiquan. I know, Qinxiang replied. Seeing Lu Menger care so much about him, he was very elated in his heart. Elder Ding said, first one to go is Lon Lon. We will let you in according to the ranking. One will enter every 2 hours. Hearing this rule, Qinxiang was cursing in his heart, but he was unable to say anything because there was another 5 people behind him. Those people will take longer to go in. Qinxiang was ranked 15th, so he needed to wait more than 20 hours. This was already 1 day worth of time. He was already behind others by 1 day plus. A ball of white light gradually opened. SPAC power gushes out, following a smell filled with evil spookiness. Now Qinxiang and others know why they needed to come here, because there was a mysterious realm here, and opening the gate to the mysterious realm was easier here. Divine Martial Palace had kept quiet about this realm so long that even the 4 formation masters didn't know. I'll go first. Lon Lon smiled tenderly and jumped into the gate. There wasn't even a hint of nervousness. It is hard to believe that such a cute girl like her was not scared of those evil demons. At this time, people gradually left because there was nothing to watch this stage. It was all happening in the mysterious realm. Lu Menger and Hua Shangyuan nagged at Qinxiang over and over again before leaving together. Only Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming stayed to wait for him to go in. Qinxiang waited here for a day and a little more, but he was able to keep calm. He was absorbing the memories during this time. Those things will be very helpful to him. This would allow him to have a solid foundation on formations and weapon refining. Qinxiang, it's your turn, Elder Ding said. Qinxiang opened his eyes and walked over while smiling. This gate is able to transport all 20 of you to different places, so you don't need to worry about getting ambushed as soon as you reach there. Hopefully you will once again get good results. Elder Ding said to Qinxiang. He was not like W.A. and Jiquan, who hates Qinxiang to the bone. He was still acceptable of Qinxiang. Qinxiang nodded and stepped over the gate, everything blacked, and he soon arrived at a dim world. It was filled with thick death qi in here. But what draws the attention of others is that the plants here was filled with vitality. He was able to see a lot of tall trees and some dark, colored strange flowers. All the atmosphere here wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Chapter 418. Suppressing Devil Yuan Qi. Chapter 418. Suppressing Devil Yuan Qi after Qinxiang came here. He discovered that other than the frigid evil aura, There was also quite a lot of pure spirit chi. These spirit chi filled up the sky, but once it sinks down, it will be corroded by the evil aura. Worthy of being a mysterious realm, even after detaining so many beasts, it is still able to produce this much pure spirit chi. Chun Xiang looked at the tress and said, "These trees were able to grow very well because of the spirit chi here." The creation of mysterious realm was very complicated. The conditions were very high. If it is a mysterious realm, the spirit chi is usually more thick, and this particular realm was used to detain beasts tens of thousands of years ago. Chun Xiang had to admire the life forms of this demon world. Unexpectedly, it is able to survive this long, although the strength did not increase. The lifespan had far overtook humans. This is not what humans can achieve. There's something coming. Long Shui quickly shouted. Chun Xiang also heard some noise, like a huge group coming in all directions. Su Meiyao urged, "Don't treat it lightly. These beasts were from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if their strength did not increase, their intelligence will definitely not be bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. Living here in this place for 10,000 years, those able to live till now were definitely strong. But now there is a group surrounding Chun Xiang. Why did the king's continent back then detain so many things here? How did they do it?" Chun Xiang could tell from the movements that there is a lot beasts coming towards him. These beasts all have demon and beast characteristics. Their sense of smell and other senses are much stronger than humans. Thus they were able to detect that there is human at this direction. Maybe SPAC formations were used to transport this bunch of beasts here, and this mysterious realm was definitely emptied by King's Continent. This way, they could slowly kill those beasts without moving. Su Meiyao said, "At this point, those beasts were like 1,000 frantic horses running wildly." But Chun Xiang wasn't afraid. He had already took out the Azure Dragon's slaughtering blade. This blade was very effective against demons and beasts. And this time he also wanted to test out the prowess of suppressing Devil Divine art. Sensing that there is a large number of beasts nearby, Chun Xiang felt the Azure Dragon's slaughtering blade tremble, seeming very excited, and Chun Xiang also felt the suppressing Devil Yuan Qi fluctuate, making Chun Xiang's blood boil, infecting Chun Xiang, making him want to immediately start slaughtering. "It's coming!" Chun Xiang only saw a group of beast with human body, or human with beast body rus. Plussing out from the forest, knocking down many trees, each showing their sharp claws, emitting different howls, making the scene very scary. Even if it was Chun Xiang, he still felt numb about it. In this dim environment suddenly appeared a group of horrifying creatures. Everyone would not feel good. Luckily, Chun Xiang had already met those beasts before, so at this moment he was pretty calm. "Haha, it's human. Everyone release your poison, and poison this weak human to death. We can then slowly enjoy human meat." A sharp voice sounded. Chun Xiang felt his hair standing when he heard the voice. Following the voice, Chun Xiang saw many beasts emitting colorful gases from their mouth. These things were all poisonous, and when it touched a tree, the tree would instantly melt, showing that the toxicity was very strong. After cultivating suppressing Devil Divine arts, Chun Xiang was immune to all poisons. Even by Yu's sister, Bai Ziqian was not able to poison him, let alone these small troops in the beast world. Chun Xiang moved his palm and operated Tai Chi, subduing Dragon Divine art. A very strong suction force was produced in his palm, sucking all the poisonous gas towards his palm, and then he concentrated the different poisonous gases together, along with the strong suction's force. The poison formed a vortex, pressed together, and finally formed into a small chi ball. Those beasts blanked. They have lived for tens of thousands of years, so they have high intelligence. They, of course, know what was happening in front of their own eyes. They also know very clearly that what the highly condensed chi ball in Chun Xiang's hands meant. "I'll return this to you." Chun Xiang laughed coldly, only to see the poison ball in Chun Xiang's palm fly out. It shot into the group of beasts and explodes, exploding out a lot of dark mist. Following it is a lot of miserable howling. Those originally clumped-up beasts separated. They all know that the poisonous gas was very scary. Those poisonous gas were made by Chunxiang by merging and condensing to form a very strong poisonous gas. Even these beasts could not easily touch it without any protection. These group of beasts were furiously scolding Chunxiang, this anomaly, who is unexpectedly not afraid of poison, and was even able to easily mix different poisonous gas together like a game. Chunxiang smiled slightly. His body erupted a pure and holy light. The qi scatters from his body and turns golden. This was suppressing devil yuan qi. Chunxiang seldom used this. Feeling this type of aura, those beasts suddenly felt scared. They felt that in front of the strength, they were like ants facing against the mighty Ji. Oh, yes. The suppressing devil yuan qi disappeared. Chunxiang released the aura to test if the beasts were really afraid of it. From the way the beasts were shouting and wailing frantically, he knew that the suppressing devil yuan qi was very strong. Chunxiang rushed into the group of beasts, waved the azure dragon's slaughtering blade in his arms. When filling it with true qi, he also added suppressing devil yuan qi. With a wave, Chunxiang hacked a lion-headed man from the waist. This lion-headed man let out a ghastly wail and died, and there was smoke coming out from the part where he was cut. The beast's body was very corroded by the suppressing devil yuan qi. Chunxiang slashed his blade, exploding out qi waves into the surrounding, and hits the body of the beast. He saw the beast looked like it got hit by a scalding hot molten iron. They were producing smoke and melting. This point, Chunxiang couldn't help but admire the creator of this suppressing devil divine art. He was unexpectedly able to make the suppressing yuan qi so effective against beasts. Chunxiang shua, 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 waved his blade, his body filled with true qi, following the suppressing devil yuan qi exploding out, making those beasts near him run in all directions. Originally, they thought that Chunxiang was a weak human, but they had never thought that he was like a devil Ji. Oh, D, madly slaughtering them. Furthermore, he can even use a type of energy that made them felt scared. TL note, shwa 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 is the sound of blade cutting through air. Want to flee? Impossible. Chunxiang jumped into the sky, quickly turning true qi into suppressing devil yuan qi, facing the ground with a palm, only to see a huge white palm made from suppressing devil yuan qi congeal and ferociously press down, covering the group of beasts. The ground shook. That palm made from suppressing devil yuan qi exploded. Qi wave rushed everywhere, similar to a tide sweeping across the surrounding. Instantly, the surrounding escaping beasts were submerged. Along with cries of agony, a very smelly odor arises. Those beasts were corroded by the suppressing devil yuan qi. All of them were corroded beyond recognition. Chapter 419. Wolf Slave. Chapter 419. Wolf slave Chunxiang lightly landed on the floor and looked towards a direction, since there is an aura weakening in that direction. During the chaos just now, a monster escaped. The strength of the monster was strong. It might the leader of the group of monster just now. Most likely it will have a monster core, and the motive of Chunxiang coming here wasn't to slaughter these monsters, but was to collect monster cores for a compet. One Tian. Chunxiang immediately chased after it. This was the first strong monster he encountered in this mysterious realm. He won't let it go. Those little monsters number in thousands, but none of them have any monster cores. Su Meiyao and Baiyu said before that monster cores are very valuable. Each piece can be at least sold for 500,000 crystal stones. In ancient times, it was commonly used to lay formations because it contains very pure energy. Chunxiang very quickly saw the escaping big monster. As the distance gets smaller, he was able to clearly feel that within the monster is a ball of extremely pure energy. He can confirm that it was a big monster. It actually is a wolf man. Chunxiang said although it is a monster, he felt that it was more like a monster man because most of them transformed from monsters and they have high intelligence. That's why they are called evil monsters. Long time ago they were indeed called beast men, but humanity thought that it was insulting to them, so they were renamed to evil monster. Long Shui said. Chunxiang laughed. It would be better if they were more stupid. This way it wouldn't feel scared and afraid, and I wouldn't need to chase for it bitterly. If it was a dumber monster, it would already fight to the death with Chen Xiang already. Almost there. Chen Xiang smiled, only to see water, true qi flow out of his body, and the running monster in front fell down head first. This monster's ankle was wrapped with Chen Xiang's water vine. This werewolf felt a scalding hot wind coming over, immediately went and said, "Don't kill me!" Chen Xiang originally wanted to directly take the monster core in this werewolf, but he suddenly had an idea. "Give me a reason why I should keep you, or I will take your monster core." Chen Xiang's voice contained a frightening tone, and he also released the suppressing devil yuan qi to make the werewolf uncomfortable. The werewolf was scared witless, although he is at spirit warrior realm beginning stage, but he was unable to face off against both devil suppressing yuan qi and azure dragon slaughtering blade. I don't know, but I can be your goon. I can guide you to find what you want," the werewolf hurriedly said. Chen Xiang smiled. "I don't trust you." The werewolf's forehead suddenly appeared a spirit pattern. Seeing this spirit pattern, Su Meiyao said, "This is the life contract of this evil monster. If you receive it, you can control his life using this contract." Chen Xiang caught the spirit pattern. The spirit pattern went into this palm and disappeared, but he could feel a marvelous feeling. He found out that with a thought, he can kill this werewolf. After living for 10,000s of years, as expected, you didn't waste it. Chen Xiang laughed. He needed a guide, otherwise he wouldn't know where to get monster cores in this vast, mysterious realm. But this werewolf should know. Although Chen Xiang had the suppressing devil yuan qi, but in this mysterious realm wasn't absolutely safe. There may be stronger monsters. It was strength close to Nirvana realm, and this werewolf have lived here for so many years. It surely knows where the influences extend to. "Master, if you have anything for this slave, just speak of it." The werewolf stood up and said formally, although he was half monster, half human. Chen Xiang found him pleasing to the eyes, and no sense of loathing at all. Chen Xiang asked, "In these 1 or 2 days, have you seen any other humans here?" The werewolf shook his head, replying, "Master, I have not met any, but I have heard other tribes had met some." Chen Xiang nodded his head. "In the future, there is no need to call me master. Just reply my question." He once again asked, "I need huge quant. 1 tie of monster cores. You just have to lead the way. Leave the rest to me." That werewolf stared blankly. "No problem. There's a lot of guys here with monster cores, but if too many died at once, it would arouse this land's demon." "Oh, what is the strength of the king here?" Chen Xiang asked. This werewolf knew quite a lot of things. Only one step more to attract the Nirvana tribulation. Only that in this mysterious realm, Nirvana tribulation does not appear here. Thus they are unable to break through. "Relax, you only need to lead the way," Chen Xiang said. The werewolf's red eyes shows traces of worry, but his life was now in the hands of Chen Xiang. He could only follow instruction, otherwise Chen Xiang could master. "You better disguise yourself. This way you would be safer," the werewolf said in a low voice. He was worried that it would cause Chen Xiang to be angry. Chen Xiang nodded his head, only to see a tail appear behind him. His legs grew some white fur. From the looks, Chen Xiang had turned into a white tiger, looking very similar to an evil monster. Now Chen Xiang's spiritual strength was enough for him to turn into a beast with a white tiger shape. To turn a small part of his body was not difficult. That werewolf was shocked in his heart. He didn't know how Chen Xiang did it. He even suspected that Chen Xiang was a monster too, because it was too similar. "White tiger monster. There's a lot of these kind of monsters." The werewolf said, "Master, please follow me." The werewolf ran. Chen Xiang also ran at the same speed, following behind him. He guessed that the werewolf is bringing him to find the first target. Most likely it would be the nemesis of this werewolf. Chen Xiang can't be bothered. He was only here for less than 9 days. He needs to get as much monster core as possible in this 9 days. This stage's compet. 1. Tian was very harsh. Only 4 of 20 people could advance. This made Chen Xiang feel quite some pressure. Wolf slave. How many demons with demon core are here? Qin Xiang asked. There's about 50 around here. Most of them are stronger than me. Some are even stronger. The one called King is not nearby, but he might come, the werewolf said. Qin Xiang was currently thinking of an all-round plan. There is quite a lot of demons here if there is a Ma. Saker, it might agitate the so-called kings, and would not be a loss. Suddenly, Qin Xiang had a flash of insight. He had always wanted to test out the formation in his mind. If used to make a trap, it would be pretty good. He took out 100 beast pill and gives it to the werewolf. Do you eat this stuff? The werewolf came to a conclusion, gave it a smell, and was instantly happy. The werewolf immediately gulped down on it. Seeing that the demons like this thing, Qin Xiang was secretly happy he had a lot of 100 beast pills, enough to use as bait to lure those big evil demons with demon core.